warms up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. President William Ruto has dismissed the emerging opposition alliance as weak and tribal, saying it poses no threat to his 2027 re-election bid. He was speaking during the launch of Urira Market in Uriri, Migori County, where he is on a working tour. Ruto criticized former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka, former Interior CS Fred Matiang'i, and party leaders Martha Karua of PLP and Eugene Wamalwa of DAP Kenya, accusing them of pursuing ethnic politics.
Wale majamaa, mashujaa wa ukabila, sindio? Na architects wa kugawanya wa Kenya. Sisi tunawaambia ya kwamba sisi tuko tayari kabisa. Lakini kabla amujasonga mbele, tafuteni sera kwanza. Ruto must go, it cannot be a manifesto. Hiyo manifesto ni manifesto ya chini sana. Kwa sababu, ama namna gani? Kwa sababu wale watu wengine pale hawana mpango yoyote. Ati mpango yao ni Ruto must go. Na Ruto asipoenda mutadu.
Meanwhile, Gachagua, Kalonzo, Karua, Matiang'i and Wamalwa, who are engaged in coalition talks for the 2027 general election, have dismissed claims that they are tribal and lack direction. They've said they are united in a mission to restore public trust in government and to end extrajudicial killings, land grabbing and the looting of public resources. Kenyans across the country had the opportunity to share their views on the proposed NGCDF bill, which seeks to entrench the fund under members of parliament and create 2 additional funds for senators and women representatives. The bill follows a proposal to transfer NGCDF management to county governments and governors. A majority of Malindi residents voiced strong support for MPs retaining control, citing the fund's role in supporting vulnerable communities.
Na pia ikiwezekana CDF iweze kuongezwa ile fund yenye imewekewa, kwa sababu ni msaada mkubwa sana kwa jamii, hasa kwa sisi vijana ambao bado tuko vyuo vikuu na hata wenye wako vyuo vya upili. Unazingatia kwa sasa mbunge anajikakamua kabisa, amehakikisha kila mtoto amepata basari ndio. Lakini ukiangalia kile kiwango, kusema ukweli, ni kiwango ambacho yeye amekileta kio cha kisawa, lakini kiko chini.
Tulikuwa tuwaomba hii mambo ya basari yazidi kuendelea, mbunge apate hiyo nafasi aendelee nazo, na sisi angalau nyanjani tuweze kufaidika nazo.
Mimi naona CDF inatengeza sana ndani ya Malindi. Haso Amina Mnyazi amejaribu sana. Manake tukiangalia madarasa yanatengezwa.
The hearings, which will end tomorrow, are taking place in all 290 constituencies across the 47 counties. Youths in Kilgore's Transmara region, Narok County, have called on President William Ruto to address rising insecurity and the lack of higher education institutions in the area. The young people said they are forced to travel to other regions to acquire much-needed education due to the absence of local universities and technical colleges. The appeal comes ahead of President Ruto's expected visit to Narok County.
Hapa Transmara hatuna universities na colleges.
Hapa tunahitaji Bwana Rais Huduma Center.
Wapunguze ile workload ya application na registration.
Everybody in this country knows what is happening in Hangata Barikoi. The president shouldn't be quiet. Anafaa kuaddress hiyo maneno, kwa sababu in one way or the other he is mentioned, or if he is not mentioned, those who are mentioned kwa sababu wanapatikana kwa cliche yake, anafaa kuaddress locals and ili kuwepo na amani.
WorldCoin has suffered a blow after the High Court ordered deletion of data it collected from Kenyans in 2023. In her judgment, Justice Roslyn Aburili said the controversial biometric data collection exercise led by the crypto-based identification project was conducted without adherence to Kenya's data protection laws. Justice Abrili said WorldCoin used financial inducements to obtain the data from Kenyans instead of applying the data protection principle of informed consent. This, the judge said, was illegal, unconstitutional, and a gross violation of privacy rights. She also prohibited the company from further processing of such data without an adequate data protection impact assessment in place or valid consent. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
So as we say, may the road rise to meet you.
May the road rise to meet you. May the wind constantly be at your back. We'll be half an hour in heaven before the bloody devil knows we are dead.
All right, and wish me happy birthday, friend.
Happy birthday, Baba. Tunaanza leo.
Tunaanza leo. See you, bruv.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
Very good morning. We'll take a quick look at what's happening this Tuesday, getting into the second day of the weekend, taking a look at traffic. Has it started? Not really. We don't have too much popping in different parts of the city, but we will expect it as the day goes by. As you come off of the Thika Superhighway this morning, I think we're doing all right. Not much happening with traffic, at least not for now. We will see this build up later, that's for sure. Take a look at stuff coming out of Westlands, and not much happening here either. We're seeing that Limuru Road is looking good for now. As you get towards the Muthaiga area, we will see a build-up of traffic. If you're on the Eastern Bypass, now's the time to get out before it gets crazy. Later, probably we'll see that it'll pile up some. Mombasa is looking okay, at least for now, getting into the city. How about we take a look at what it looks like as we progress through the morning? Talk to us and keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's Tuesday. It's the 6th of March. And, hey, I'm very sorry. It's the 6th of May. May. You see, you guys didn't even realize that I had made a mistake. May.
You're in March, it's okay.
I can be in March. You'll allow me? Yeah. Just for, a little bit, some time.
Yeah. You know, it may be March.
We may march.
Yes. And we shall march.
We may march. March we may.
Upset.
Salama asubuhi. How are you, Dennis?
Fine, thank you. Kwaje?
Me niko ni Swahili, sometimes I don't need to think about it.
Niko salama.
Niko salama kabisa. Nililala na nimeamka. Hizo vitu za katikati usiniulize.
Mimi nilala kidogo tu. Nikaamka.
Frank is in fact, it is Frank. I'm going to out you now in front of everybody. There's somebody called Frank. We find our way to this office together in the morning, and he has now displayed my secret. Frank, I thought we were friends. What is it? No, actually, I woke up late today. Today is that day when the alarm rang, and I said, today, I'm waking up. No, I'm waking up with the alarm. We agreed it is 3:15. Let's go, Ndu. Ndu and the meeting, clearly, the resolutions from the meeting were not implemented, much like the Kenya government. But who's saying? Sorry. Did I say that out loud?
The government was just chilling, but
Still 6:10. Don't bring rough this morning.
the government is not chilling, it's busy advising itself.
Edna, good morning. I can see you. I can. Mark Bichachi.
Oh, hello.
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 Good morning.
I'm trying to do the baritone thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
How's that going?
I'll be told on Twitter, won't I?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Long time no see. How are you doing?
Mimi, I'm okay.
You're fine.
I'm trying.
Yeah? Got both of your shoes on?
Right now, yes.
Okay, good.
Earlier, had you asked me that, I would not have been able to answer in the affirmative. But now I have both the shoes on. Before, no. But here we are. Tuko Isi. Tuko Isi is now mixing language. Two languages.
Tuko
Isi.
Tuko Isi.
Tuko is we are. And Isi in French is here. So we are here.
Me, I thought it's Tuko Easy Shrubbed.
Yeah.
I say you know.
Still makes sense, no?
We are here.
Hey. Yeah, Tuko. This week for me, though, has started on a bombshell.
Tell us.
The last person who went through bush-like manenos is many years ago.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
When you walk out a minute in a man's shoes is when you really get to know.
Yeah. I think, let me tell you, these musicians, when they sing, they need to put explanations. When you want to pass a message, the musician who said, ask my shoe.
Yeah.
So this guy decided to send his shoe to ask.
Yeah.
People, proverbs are not taken literally.
And they should be in some cases, one would imagine.
Yeah.
So here we are on Tuesday, getting into the second day of the week, and the Situation Room with Ndu, Dennis, and Mark this morning. CT is still a little bit under the weather, so, a thought for him. And as we get into things this morning, a number of conversations that we'll be having today, even as you get into the room with us today. Voila. All right. At 7 a.m., we will be having a conversation around certain things happening in the country, and you'll join us with that. We'll let you know what that is in a bit. Coming into 8 a.m., Ruto's government versus the will of the people. We keep saying the will of the people. In sometimes it's even written into the constitution that the will of the people will be upheld in a democratic space, etc., etc., etc. What is actually the will of Kenya's people? What do Kenyans want? And do we find that the government is operating in tandem with the will of the people, or making sure that the will of the people is actually implemented during using different development programs? Such is the question that we will be looking into today. And we'll be joined by Joachim Simiyu, who is a governance advisor and policy analysis expert. He'll join us for that conversation at 8 a.m. And then at 9, we'll be talking about the fear of public speaking. It is a thing. I have literally seen people who are supposed to come before a crowd of people and have a conversation or give a speech or operate in debate. And I watched a grown man who would command authority in his boardroom, who would command authority in his office, who would command authority before his family. I watched a grown man sweat and almost wet himself, shaking in fear because he could not look and address a crowd of 150 people. Couldn't do it.
150.
150. I'm not even talking about 500 or 1,000, or stand before a microphone and say, no, could not. And this is a brilliant man. I mean, worth his salt. PhD completed by the time he was 33. I don't know.
Wow.
He owned his own company, started a couple of companies. So you understand what I'm saying in terms of the command of his business and the things that he knew. But standing in front of people to have a conversation, it would tear him apart. And he had to go through years of coaching to then be able to share some of the things that he then would in the future. But it was unbelievable to behold that he could be in that situation. And that's the conversation that we'll be having today. You know, overcoming the fear of public speaking and raising confident society of children. We're going to start looking at that, how it affects from a childhood perspective. So we'll have that conversation at 9 a.m. with Odhiambo Tieno, who is a communication coach, and that conversation we will have at 9. Some of the things that we do right here in the Situation Room, yes, we do talk about politics, we talk about governance implementation, but we'll talk about societal issues. We will talk about the things that matter. We will afflict the comfortable, and we will comfort the afflicted. Those are the things that we do in the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. So we welcome you into the room with us this morning, and we see that quite a number of you are trickling in today. But even as we get into saying hello to you, we will go to today's proverb, and I think Dennis has that.
Yeah.
You know, kind of okay.
Today's proverb comes from Tunisia, Mark, whose capital is
Tunis.
Tunis, yes. And
But isn't that the split one?
Is it? It's just
Isn't
Tunis.
that one that has factions? Or that's Libya?
That's Libya, yeah. So Tunis, and the country is in the Maghreb region of North Africa, and shares maritime borders with Italy through islands of Sicily and Sardinia. Now, the religion is Muslim, and majority of them are the Sunni. They have beautiful souks where you can go enjoy their metal ornaments, including their fabric. When you get an opportunity, go there. And the proverb of the day today: a one-eyed person among the blind is king.
That's not Swahili.
No.
It could be. Isn't that thing about proverbs that you find the similar meaning across languages and culture? But it's true. Yeah. I mean, even in my language, you have one where it says, amongst the community, the one who has fire is the ruler of all. Because with that fire, you can do so much.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So in a group of people or amongst the community, when you have a leg over somebody else, you essentially are the one with the power. Those are the things that we look at. I think it's great that proverbs can do this. Yeah. That's the thing about us Africans.
We'll see how our guests will interpret it throughout.
Absolutely. All right. Nyinyi muko wapi? Muko online and joining us in the show this morning. Let me just come round and say hello to you. I know. I should have done this before, and then the thing doesn't allow me, and it makes me look like I'm not prepared. I'm so sorry. And then just like that, there we are. Then being able to sort that out. Good morning, everybody, and welcome into the room. Folks on Facebook and on YouTube and on X, Karibuni Sana. It's important for us to say a big hello to you. Don Sabwa, we see you. The second Tuesday of 2026 election date is the biggest psychological warfare to those who are in power. Saubas. See if you say so. We just allow. Okay. Rahim Tula Omar says, good morning from Colchester in the UK. Habari ya Warembo. Nani awa? Those of you who are Warembo, so you say you are fine.
Warembo high. Makria.
Where? Warembo where?
Mrembo high.
No, let me ask you, okay, in Kiswahili, is Mrembo beautiful. Left? Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah. Okay, so it's aligned to the female gender.
Yes.
It's Urembo is beautiful.
Yeah. Urembo is beauty.
Yes.
Okay.
Mrembo is someone who possesses beauty. Yes.
So a man can be, but you don't usually ascribe Mrembo to a man.
Yeah. It's kind of saying to a man, you're cute.
Yeah.
Hey, some men are cute, man.
Yeah. If I am, please don't inform me of that fact.
I can have a cute smile, can have a beautiful smile. But those are adjectives to describe who they are. Yeah. And look, we could get into this and have a 3-hour conversation around it. But
I will tell you.
Pretty men.
On behalf of very many men with a voice like mine and beard like mine.
You don't want to be called pretty.
Or cute.
You want in the rough.
Are you kidding
You want
me,
that.
Though?
You want to be told you're cute?
I don't mind it. Why is it a biggie?
Ladies and gentlemen, Aseto has declared that he would like to be told he's
Let
cute.
me tell you, it's an ego thing, because cute is associated with bunnies and smiles, and
exactly.
it's too soft.
Yes,
but there's actually nothing wrong with it. It's just an ego thing.
I did not say something is wrong with
you
it.
just don't feel. You feel like you need to have some hair on your chest. Kind of thing.
You could have cute hair on your chest.
Let me tell you, things to do with pretty, cute, fluffy.
I said you're cute.
Thank you.
You see?
Yeah.
But
me, that confidence
pretty?
I do not have.
He's in touch with his all sides.
That side, I don't want to touch.
Yeah, those people who are okay. Anyway, Desmond has called Edna twice. Nini, able to put these things on the table. To malize mara moja. Nini, when Desmond? Abbas. Sasa, see me in the corner. I'll tell you how to get to Edna Desmond. Sawa. Sasa, the rest of us have been greeted. We are okay. City needs to have mid-morning or afternoon shows. The baridi in the morning yesterday was terrible. Anyways, guys, I'm watching from the great beach of Usenge. Where is Usenge?
Usenge is in Kisumu.
It's in Kisumu?
Kisumu, yes.
Okay. Mwaramutse, that's good morning in Kinyarwanda. I've heard that before, actually. Yeah. And the reply is Mwaramutse, Mike from 1,000 Hills. Good morning, Mike. Hope you're doing well. Jimmy Munuthi is tuned in this morning and says, good morning. Shem Ondaras listening from Seattle in Washington and says, good morning. Linus Gitonga is also here. Birhane, good morning, good people from Addis Ababa. Easily one of my favorite cities. Onganyi Malala says, good morning Team Spice. Today I'm not in the office. I'm working. I'm on a working tour. You people are doing a good job. Thank you so much, sir. Benedito is tuning in this morning from Doha. Princess Ndu Dennis. Uchianade.
Mabero.
Very good. Engineer Karaoke says, greetings from Memphis in Tennessee. I heard Ati Kukona Shu Kambo movement, apparently. Isn't it interesting how there's always something? When you finish the weekend, you think, okay, Sasa,
let's take a break.
Before something else comes up. I guess that's how life is. It's just
nowadays.
Hey, I'm telling you. Anne Gore tuned in from Nairobi. Beautiful lady, good morning to you. And you're saying that, Birhana, you're saying Addis is also chilly. It normally is around this time, isn't it? Rose Grace is tuned in and says, Mkwaje, blessed Tuesday. Douglas Kibagong says, hi, Team Spice. Ask Edna to invite Professor Lanyapur, a professor of pure mathematics, to give us differences between pure mathematics and basic math. That would be interesting, actually, to have him combined with somebody else so that, our brains are not burning at the end of it. But to combine it with what would be in the education sector. So let's do that and actually think about it. Good morning all, says Mtuflani. Jana Kioni Alikiona. Okay. Asante Sana. Thanks for keeping guests accountable and asking the right questions. This is why we love this show. Asante Sana. Given to her flowers and Dennis's chapati. I also like chapati, but I'll take flowers as well.
It's okay.
Agola says, hi, please. Thanks, please. Good morning, please. Agola, how are you, sister, please? Professor Loyangapo is who you meant. Okay, Sawa Douglas. Sarah Kilonzo is tuned in this morning. We love to see you and hear you guys every day. Thank you always for coming in the door. Robert Mbogo is tuned in and says, good morning to you all tuned in from Mombasa. Martin Muremi says, good morning, Spice. Tuned in from Embu. Soldier Boy. Anyhow, good morning from Atlanta. I have to stay some 2 hours to follow up the talk. I think it's great that folks who are on the other side of the pond should be going to bed, but they say, no, let me sit and listen to the situation for a couple of hours before I go to bed. Hats off to you guys, and I love to hear it. Jose Mahinda says, good morning. Good morning, Ukosalama. Mark, welcome, he says.
Asante Sana.
There you are with that voice. It's going to come out so that you need to get over this femininity that has
tried to
this morning.
Through my life. This,
and you don't like it.
This prettiness and cuteness.
No. In fact, rub something on your beard for the hair to grow more by 7 o'clock.
But wait, I just realized I have something cute in my life.
Your wife?
Yes, there you go. Very smart.
Wow.
Look, that she comes with everything.
Let me tell you. See, let me just get my bonga point.
Oh, here we go. Let's give you a chance to do it so that when you get home, you'll be treated right. Go.
Yeah, she is very cute.
Oh, fine.
And has been cute since campus days.
And is even cuter today than when you met her.
And caviar.
And plus.
Yes.
Mrs. Bichachi. Did she call Mrs. Bichachi?
I should hope so.
You hope so. Even when you're not there. Please, your husband has decided that this morning it is you that he will be, because he's tried, this thing is disturbing him proper. So you're the cute thing in his life because he refused to be called cute. It's Tuesday the 6th. Yes, it is, Baraza. It is the 6th of May. We established that. Good morning to you. Joe Botieno says, good morning. Kenya is becoming a shoe nation. Carol Nyambura is tuned in and says, Anatupenda sana, thank you so much. Bwangi Juma's tuned in. Spice FM guys, how are you doing this Tuesday? Well, we're all right. King Dave Lubale is tuned in and says, wonderful team, thank you so much, bro. Eric Kituku says, good morning, watching from Doha in Qatar. I really am starting to agree that Doha could actually be county number 48. Pan-African Kenyan says, good morning from Nairobi, tuned in from Imaradaima. I really love your show, it's undisputable. Thank you, Ben. Brian Aboga says, good morning, Spice FM. Let's continue doing the Lord's work. We keep pushing, bro. Mwanaume akona msimamo sio mrembo. Oh, so when a man is handsome, you say akona msimamo?
No, so a man with a stand can't be a pretty one, a beautiful one.
Says who?
You see?
Oh Lord.
You see this terminology.
It's ego. Why not to color it and call it something else?
It's when you go to a forest and you find 99% of the monkeys have tails, you don't say 99% of the monkeys are abnormal. There is that one monkey without a tail, and that's also okay. So if you like being called pretty, fluffy, beautiful as a man, imagine it's okay.
It's okay. It's actually absolutely fine. But those who don't, a she-dog is what? Where? You guys, a shoe donkey. You guys, Edna is not okay.
What?
Edna is not okay. We need to pray for Edna.
Please.
Yeah. We need to commit her to the Lord.
The Luya prayer. Do you know
anyone?
Do you know the Luya prayer?
That's the dream.
It's the shortest one. Riswa.
You need deliverance.
Riswa.
Because you don't hear half the things that she says.
You don't need to do many things.
But anyway, we could have that psychological conversation about how this thing about being called pretty, okay, I don't think men should be called pretty,
yes,
but cute and whatever, those are universal words. But the thing is that when you hear it, it leans into a feminine side, which, whether you want to admit it or not, you have a feminine side as a man. But then what you ascribe to it is weakness. That you come into touch with it and you say that, oh man, whether you see even that thing that you're doing right now, it's here, it's in subconscious. Mark.
It is conscious, but I don't associate it with weakness. Because I'm that.
Of course,
guy.
You don't associate it with weakness because it's in your subconscious. It's embedded in your subconscious, and you don't come into contact with it every day.
I'll give you an example. If I watch those touchy-feely movies, and this guy jumps in front of the bullet to save his best friend's
that's just
life,
dumb.
But he did, right? That act of love, literally in the cinema, I will tear up because it touches my heart, right? I see my friend go through things, I will cry. I have no problem with my tears. I just draw the line at pretty.
But when the same man who jumps before a bullet is called pretty and says, thank you, is a problem.
No, I didn't say it's a problem. Please understand, this is me. You who's okay with it, I have no issue with.
Time out. Wacha tusalimie watu ndio tumalize hii story ya nini. Okay, Joseph Okindo says good morning. Usenge is in Siaya County. You said okay, sawa. George Okoth is tuned in this morning and says good morning to everybody. The Abelson Inc. says good morning from Lurateng Angangan. Okay. Simovasi Sound says good morning, joining the conversation from Taita Taveta. Steve Ouma is also tuned in. And Techni says sawa basi. Sawa. Even though tunatusalimia asubuhi. Sawa. Jimmy Wekesa says good morning. Ben Nyawid, they says good morning. We talked to the nation. Yes, yesterday was a tough day, but it was necessary to do, and we continue to do things like that. Paul Ndete says good morning. The body which defended the dissertation in front of 7 angry professors is tuned in. Where? When are we having Miguna? Miguna on the show is Nairobi is asking. Okay. Joe Botiano says good morning. My prince, we see you. Good morning. Spice in Swahili is Viongo. Hamjambo wana Viongo. Sawa basi. Paul Njehia is tuned in. Mimi Unite Mrembo. Sawa, Paul. Okay. Everybody tuned in this morning. Very good and glad to have you in on the show today. Of pretty and handsome things, we move regardless. Sawa. And let's look into the headlines this morning as we get into it. We'll look at the headlines really quickly and then we'll come back and take a look at these stories in detail. In the bold newspaper, The Standard, the headline, burden of advisors. Gobbling over 1 billion shillings annually in salaries and office costs, President Ruto's growing team of 20 advisors is a heavy burden on taxpayers. Despite their impressive CVs, many fail to offer tangible benefits to Kenyans, with their roles overlapping those of cabinet secretaries, leaving the country questioning their youthfulness. And there are a number around him. One of them they're asking about is National Security Advisor to the President, which is Monica Juma. She sat in the position of CS Defense at one point. Moses Kuria, Senior Advisor, Council of Economic Advisors to the President. He also did sit in a position of CS and was moved about a little bit. David Ndii, Chairperson of the President's Council of Economic Advisors. Okay. Edward Kisiangani is now a Senior Advisor, Council of Economic Affairs to the President. This council must do some serious things. Jaoko Buru is a Special Advisor, Economic Empowerment and Sustainable Livelihoods. Then there are Principal Level Advisors, 17 advisors at Principal Secretary level. Principal Secretary gross salary 792,000. And then there are 3 advisors at Cabinet level. A CS gross salary is at 957,000. The total amount the 3 advisors take home is 2,873,000 monthly and 34 million plus annually. Presidential advisors earn 196,138,116 shillings per year. So there you go. Just a little bit of change here and there. That's what's happening with the advisors. The question is, are they needed or not? We'll look into the details of those stories. 3 arrested in probe into Migori shoe incident. You see, somebody throws a shoe and like that, people are arrested. A woman sat here and cried tears yesterday over her 12-year-old boy who was killed a year ago by a police bullet. And to date, they have not found or even been interested in looking into who killed him. A year later, but somebody threw a shoe and they've been arrested a day later. Somebody was killed a week ago, and 3 days, 4 days after that, people are being arraigned in court today because they found who's suspected to be their killers. Are lives more special than others? There's going to be a question about that when we come back from the break, but it's already making me quite upset. Into the international stories, Israel cabinet backs Gaza conquest plan. There's still a bit of a tiff, well, a little bit more than a bit in the in that part of the world. All right, into the nation for us, Dennis.
Yeah, and Ruto office gets 2.3 billion shillings for facelift. Now, Kenyan taxpayers will pay billions of shillings to upgrade President William Ruto's office in the new budget, whose implementation begins on July 1st, 2025, making it one of only few state agencies to enjoy increased cash allocations. The office must be used and spruced.
So they just finished building State House?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
So that was outside. Now we need to go inside.
Whew.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cardinal Njue says the Vatican has not invited him for the conclave to elect the Pope. Tomorrow, 133 cardinals from around the world will gather inside the Sistine Chapel to elect the next leader of the Catholic Church. We're waiting for the white smoke. Cardinal Njue has not been invited. Question is why? Now, assassination, 4 detained, 30 days in probe into MP's murder. Post-mortem examination shows Kasipul MP Charles Were was shot 5 times, leading to multiple organ failure. And Ruto security beefed up after shoe hurling in Migori tour. Are you surprised?
Nope.
Rais lazima achungwe.
Just a quick question.
Yeah.
Which detail is on the shoe protection?
Well, We will find out. The story will tell us. No.
Okay.
Kabisa. Gen Z protest deaths. Families launch public petition to force arrest of killer security agents. It is a story that we continue to follow up as well. We were here yesterday and we saw what the family of Kennedy said yesterday. All they want is justice, nothing more. Yeah.
At the very least, who killed my son?
Who killed my son?
Yeah.
Well, there's a bit of good news in the business daily. One Warren Buffett has gifted us 3.8 billion shillings after Trump cut aid. Right? So those of you who are working in these programs that needed aid, well,
we are saying thank you, Jesus. Thank you, my Lord. We are saying thank you, Jesus.
Exactly.
Thank you, my Lord.
Now, toll charges for the Nairobi-Mombasa Expressway have been revealed, and they will be between 12 and 13 shillings per kilometer. So let's assume Nairobi to Mombasa is 400 kilometers. So it will cost you between 4,000 and 5,000 shillings
to go to Mombasa again after putting fuel and
so
on
after
the
fuel,
road.
Wear and tear, add another 4,000 to go to Mombasa.
Sorry, please don't be angry. Okay. Expressway is a different road now.
You know,
direct.
It's express.
Yes, it's an American company that got.
It's an American company that's doing it. Yeah. So again, power deals freeze to be lifted by end of June. Now, that sounds ambiguous, but the government had once upon a time seized the allocation of private power suppliers into KPLC because we know what the stories were. So that freeze is officially over. Please go out and buy your own generators and be able to sell power. Now, Badi plans spending cuts in public offices to 1.72 trillion, right? So the previous number was 1.73 trillion. It has been reduced to 1.72 trillion. Makofi.
They removed
0.01 of a trillion.
That is 100 million.
100 billion.
That's 100 million.
Yes.
So they've removed 100 million and said they've done cuts.
Yes.
I beg people should shift to Jerry.
So now, KDF and TSC, biggest winners in Ruto's 4.2 trillion budget, bigger packs for them, etc. Now, in news about cutting spending again, one Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga, and other vice presidents will suffer a budget cut. Right?
Oh, boo-hoo.
Yes. So Uhuru will be reduced by 94.6 million. So from 371 to 276. And the vice president, Raila, for example, is not going to receive 87.2 million. He shall get 63.27 million to do his travels, manage his staff, and all of those things, including security.
Retirement.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Oh, please, let's look at Trump.
Let's
look at weather.
We look at weather.
Yeah, and then we come back. I'm not happy.
But we've got shoe protection now.
Ambia watu barabara iko aje. Si ndio? Yes.
Too old.
63.7.
See, it's good news. Imekuwa reduced.
Okay, it's 23 minutes to 7. I'll come back.
We might have.
This is the Situation Room. The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 16 degrees, and looking into a cloudy Nakuru, it's 14 degrees, 15 and partly sunny into Nyeri, while Eldoret at 13 is sunny. Light rain this morning in Mombasa at 25, while it's raining in Malindi, full on at 25. Sunny at 19 into Kisumu, while at 15, Kakamega is mostly cloudy. Mostly cloudy in Kampala this morning at 18, while Dar es Salaam is cloudy at 24. It's 8 degrees and mostly clear in Johannesburg, with temperatures dropping significantly, while it's 25 and mostly cloudy in Mogadishu. 15 and cloudy into Addis Ababa, while it's clear at 27 in Lagos. It's mostly cloudy at 23 into Kinshasa. Sunny conditions at 19 in Beijing, while Paris this morning is cloudy at 8. London is cloudy at 7. And round things out in New York, where it's cloudy Monday night at 15.
Spice up your life.
All right. Traffic. Highway, you will see that there's quite some traffic in and outbound coming in through Kasarani out towards Garden City and then on to Survey. So that's doing the whole thing there. It's crazily busy already. As you come off of Ngong Road, you're okay here, and then also Langata Road, not too much traffic. But as you get to the junction on Ngong Road, you'll see some of that already starting to build. The Eastern Bypass, a quick look here, and there is some starting of traffic here. As you approach North Airport Road, Outer Ring, in and outbound traffic is starting to build. And as you get onto Jago Road, you'll find traffic that gets towards Landys. It's a Tuesday morning. It's a busy one. Let's keep an eye on things and see what happens as we step into traffic hour and keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 20 minutes to 7, we're looking into details of some of the stories that are making headlines. I just want to tell you quickly on the Star, besieged leader. Who is the besieged leader? It would appear as though Kalonzo Musyoka has earned himself that title on the headlines. While Wipers Kalonzo will Wipers Kalonzo accept to play second fiddle to Matiang'i? Many would ask, does he have a choice? And will Mount Kenya agree to miss both the presidency and running mate? This thing about will Mount Kenya agree, look, it's sera, my friend. Whatever will be, will be. You gotta take it as it is. We can't help you. Why president may be forced to revisit deal with Kindiki? Tena kwanza tena. Political undercurrents in Mount Kenya East, specifically.
East.
Threatened to reshape President William Ruto's power plan for the next election. A determined push by Kalonzo Musyoka Rigathi Gachagua axis to stamp out his influence in the region could throw a spanner into the works. At the heart of this storm is Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, whose political future now hangs in the balance. Okay. You know.
I'll ask a question.
Please do.
So, Matiang'i arrived yesterday.
Where? Last week.
Yesterday.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, literally 3 seconds ago.
Yes. And now, because Kenyans like to speculate, we've decided that Matiang'i is suddenly Kalonzo's competition.
No, because they took a picture together.
Yeah. You know, math needs to be compulsory. You need to do math for how many Kalonzo votes exist. And do math for how many Matiang'i votes exist.
Real votes.
Yes. Because this country is notorious for disappointing people who run for the first time. Let's be very clear. Ask Wanyakoya, ask Peter Kenneth,
ask Kalonzo Musyoka,
ask Kalonzo Musyoka, ask Mudavadi.
Why are you saying people who run for the first time? Raila Odinga has run several and he's always been disappointed. I mean,
no, it's not about the defeat.
Yeah,
it is the distance of the defeat.
I hear
you. Understand?
I hear you.
If you look at all of those guys, the one who succeeded most was Kalonzo.
Yeah.
In 2007. Mudavadi was number 2, 300,000. My friend Martha Karua and Peter Kenneth,
60,
40,000. Yeah.
But one would argue that currently Matiang'i seems to have been accepted by the people, so it's good to ride on the wave.
Where did he go? He went to Kisii and Nyamira.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and Mount Kenya the other day.
Oh, yeah, and then he was in Mount Kenya the other day in the presence of others.
Others, yes.
It would be interesting. You know, there's something about a novel thing that you see something tiny, you've not seen it before in this particular way. Remember that he's not new to the country, number one. Yes. Number two, it's just that he's announced that he would run for president in the next election. But there is something about a novel thing that doesn't live out over time unless it is something that people truly, truly want. So it's a wait and see kind of thing. Let's wait and see. Yeah. We will not be able to judge the decisions people will make based on mammoth crowds that came out over the weekend. We can't do that because we've seen mammoth crowds before.
Yes.
But we have not seen that mammoth crowds equals you becoming the president.
In fact, ask Wajakoya. Wajakoya promised people that Bangi would be a source of income, right? Either the people who are supporting him did that Bangi and forgot to go vote for him, or there was simply no impact. So this Matiang'i judgment, and I have no problem with him, slow down.
I think only time will tell with that, because I think it's early days. Because there's a question we asked Kioni here yesterday: is it that people want Ruto out, or do they want Matiang'i in?
Good question.
Yeah, because that's it. Yeah. Are you seeing that? Because it's a means to an end. I remember very clearly that I remember my math teacher in high school at some point would give us an option and say, you know what? It's not necessarily that you want a new thing. You're just tired of the old thing.
Yeah. Yep.
So you're going to bring in whatever you can to get rid of the old thing.
Yeah. Because then again, yesterday there was the conversation of there's the at least mentality, which we challenged here. Yeah. And even Kenny himself found it difficult to respond to that, because this issue of at least Simbayaku, kushinda huyu is a subject that needs to be had. So our Kenyans are looking at it as an at least moment, or do they really want that change? And is Matiang'i the right person? I mean,
President Ruto said that at the end of the day, in 2027, his biggest competition will be his track record.
Yes.
And there's a very likely chance that there'll be a candidate called not William Ruto. And that candidate might surprise people.
I think so.
Yeah.
But like we say, a year in politics is like 1,000 years. A day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is like a day in politics, borrowing the biblical adage. Look, I want to... Mark, please, this story about people who are no longer in government or in leadership earning lots of money, that now they've been told they're going to reduce it by a million. Okay, now that I'm a little bit more sober, please tell us that story.
So this story of people who are no longer in government, I'm assuming it's the advisors, right?
No.
Which one?
The retired president.
Oh, yes, that one.
Retired.
So there's something called the Office of the Retired President, Office of the Retired Prime Minister, and Office of Retired Vice Presidents. There used to be two, now there is one because the other one has a job, Kalonzo and Mudavadi, right? So the President Uhuru had a budget of 371.46 million, covering travels, staff.
For a year?
Per year,
okay.
Not the rest of his life, 1 year.
Okay.
Right? So this has been reviewed down to 276.85 million. Sour.
See, sour, but okay, continue.
Now, Odinga had 87.2 billion. He has 63.27 billion. Mudi Awori will get less 20 billion, so he'll get 53 billion. And Kalonzo Musyoka will move from 81 billion to 52.9 billion.
Sorry, please. Maybe my slowness quotient is really high this morning.
Yes.
But let me understand something.
Yeah.
This money, they get it every year, Abi?
Yes.
Okay. Mudavadi is still earning money as a retired vice president.
Yeah, technically he's entitled to it.
Today, even as the CS plus foreign affairs, he's still
not
receiving
mentioned
money.
Here But
Kalonzo Musyoka is still receiving money as
Yes.
a retired vice president.
till he dies.
And then now they are complaining that they have reduced the money.
Yeah.
Well, you see,
Okay, he's not complaining yet, but in the new budget, that money will
The
be
new
reduced,
budget will
right?
be slashed, yes.
but you see, it's not just for them. It doesn't just go to their houses. It's the staff. It's the chef.
The
it's
staff
the
for
driver.
them, it goes to their
Yes.
houses, my dear darling.
Yes.
It goes to their
No,
houses.
but
The guy-
they have an office.
the chef, is it cooking for the whole of Kenya?
Yeah, but see, they have an office.
So it's for them. They have an office to do what?
Like, see, Uhuru is a peacemaker.
I beg you, Joe. To do what is my question. So now to run all those things, now the state continues to fund these
Yes.
things, which to an extent I don't have a problem with.
Yes.
I don't. I actually think it's actually you served the nation, that there should be some kind of, compensation, recognition for
Yes.
you. However, I don't think it should be exorbitant. And those numbers are exorbitant. Even this thing that you're saying has reduced from 371 million now to 271 million, still exorbitant.
Because let's just take a figure, for example. The president's salary is around 1.4 million, right?
Yes.
1.4 million, if you do your math, in 1 year is how much?
How much are you paying your chef?
24 million.
24 million a year, right? So if the sitting president is taking away, in terms of salaries, 24 million, how about we just do the same for a retired president?
You
24
see,
million annually.
It's not the person, it's the office.
That does what to Kenyans?
They said that they have chef, they have drive. I don't know who they are driving, where they are going.
They have a
cars,
team.
they have a comms team, they
Yeah.
have gardeners.
But you see,
the
these are
office must
people who are
run.
serving him. They're not serving Kenyans. So one would argue that if you are hiring
No,
these people,
technically they're serving Kenyans.
this is what someone else. This is how someone else would
Yes.
argue.
How is
Fine.
Kalonzo Musyoka serving Kenyans today?
Today,
He gives advice
To who?
to Kenyans
on
how politics should be run.
I beg shift, Joe. Michelle Obama talked the other day about how you would imagine that everything in the White House is taken care of by the state. Nada. They live in the White House, but you see the food they eat, they buy. They want their children to travel.
They pay for it.
They pay for it.
But-
Even when the first lady is traveling on that plane, which I didn't know had its own name.
Yeah.
But when she's traveling on her plane and then she wanted to move her daughters from point A to point B, she pays
Yes.
for them to come.
But you see, Mr. Uhuru is only getting personally 16 billion shillings as his pension from July.
How much are Kenyans getting? People who
In
served.
terms of pension.
People who served their government for 50 years. A man who is 72 years old today and started working when he was 25, served the nation for 50 odd years. How much is he getting in a pension?
Perhaps nothing, because
Perhaps
then again,
40,
NSSF
perhaps 30, that counts on the-
Thousand.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Per year.
Yes.
if it comes early, that
And he's already in his evening years, so give or take, he's going to live another 20 years, right?
Yeah.
He's getting 40,000 shillings.
Yep.
That means at the end of 20 years, he would have gotten 8 million bob.
Yes.
And then now we are saying what?
Well, he's a former president.
Oh, for crying out loud.
service to the people, man.
Sawa
Related to
basi.
the constitution.
But I'm not okay. Can you tell that I'm not okay with it?
No, no one is.
Don't worry. I told you we'll buy a pump to inflate you with good news.
Acha nikwambie.
Niambie.
Officers in Baby Pendo case are charged with rape, murder, and torture. More than 7 years after the death of Baby Pendo, Samantha Pendo, and 39 others during the 2017 post-election violence in Kisumu, 4 senior police officers were yesterday arraigned at the High Court in Nairobi on charges of crimes against humanity. John Chegomasha, Lena Kogay, Cyprian Toby Wankio, and James Rono appeared before High Court Judge Margaret Muigai at the Milimani Law Courts, where they pleaded not guilty to 9 charges, including murder, rape, and torture. The charges are detailed in a comprehensive 30-page document filed by the Director of Public Prosecutions, Benson Ngonga, who reveals how junior officers killed Pendo, raped women, and some victims allegedly forced to pay between 500 and 2,000 shillings. The 4 officers were the first in Kenya to be charged with crimes against humanity under the International Crimes Act, the doctrine of command responsibility, a principle of international law that holds superiors criminally liable for atrocities committed by their subordinates if they fail to prevent them or punish the perpetrators. First ones in Kenya. They are accused of command responsibility for the death of baby Pendo, 39 protesters, and the rape of over 28 women in Kisumu. In a detailed charge sheet, the prosecution and the 4 police bosses failed to prevent or punish atrocities committed by officers under their command during violent police operations carried out in Kisumu in August 2017. Many would breathe and now say, finally. Finally, you put them on the dock 8 years later. 8 years? Yes, 8 years later. And now with them being charged, they've taken a plea. The bench will now interpret and decide whether they actually do have a case to answer based on evidence that will then be brought forward. Now, them being charged under the International Crimes Act is not a walk in the park. It is a big deal, especially when we're talking about crimes against humanity. Some of the famous world cases where we've seen things like this happen, of course, number 1 is Rwanda. Number 2 is we look at the cases of the war around Yugoslavia and the former USSR, where those conflicts happened in huge. One of the big ones that we see was the gentleman who was in hiding for so long, Kabuga. And what they said is he did not actually go and slit anybody's throat. But he gave the order. He spent the money.
He used his facilities.
He facilitated these things to happen, and that's why such charges can be brought against him. Under the International Crimes Act, within the tenets of international law, you see this now then being played out. Nobody in Kenya has ever been charged with such. It's the first time that these 4
charged there too. Uhuru and Ruto were charged. They were just
but not
never,
in Kenya. They were charged at the ICC, right? So here we are saying that depending on what happens here, it's possible that the actual physical act was not done by these 4, but these things happened repeatedly under their watch, and that's enough to bring them before court. It'll be interesting to see what happens. Baby Pendo has been in the mouths of many for very, very long, and that a stray bullet, while she and her caregiver were in the balcony of their apartment their home during this protest or operation, a bullet killed her. And the question then was, did you need the police in that area at that time? The 28 women who were raped, some gang raped, what happened? Those who were tortured, those who were bribed. When you start to see that the law will move towards security officers who previously thought that they could operate with wanton abandon, then perhaps you start to move the needle. Perhaps. But I'm still saying that in the recent... This is 7 years later. This is 7 years later. And last week on Monday, 6 people were killed by police officers. A year ago, a young boy, 12 years old, was killed by police officers.
Going to collect a book.
Going to collect a book for school. But on Sunday, a shoe was thrown at the president, and people have been arrested. They're in jail. And they're being questioned. A member of parliament was killed on Wednesday last week, and his suspects, 4 of them, are already in custody and are being arraigned today. Can you see what I'm asking without asking?
You know, I have a better question to add to that, because your questions are very heavy. But I keep asking myself, these gentlemen who've been told they have done atrocities, right? Under their command. They did have commanders above them.
They did, but at that particular point, they were the ones who were in charge
for
of the
those particular operations
in the area.
Okay, let me ask again. It's a disciplined force, right?
Yes.
So commands come from a place going down, right? So are we saying that they acted without the authority of their superiors?
Yes.
Okay. So as a policeman, if you're a regional commander, you just do what you want.
Essentially, and that's why you're being brought to court. That why should you behave so frivolously?
So no one commanded him.
No, we also know that within the forces, within
area of jurisdiction,
you will operate. Somebody will give the order for such things to happen. If somebody doesn't give the order and they see you in that operation and they allow you to continue, that's as good as them saying, carry on.
Carry on.
Exactly my point.
Yeah.
So it's not just those few gentlemen.
There are others.
Yeah.
And the few gentlemen and the lady here in this case.
Yeah, but you see, even that story of Baby Pendo, there is a gentleman who retired from the forces from 2017. He's disappeared, cannot be traced. You know, which begs the question: this is the country where even if you die today, you need a burial permit. That means you are always in the system in one way or the other. So, for the investigative agencies to say they cannot find one of their own who retired and has not been able to be seen since 2017. I mean, there is more to that, according to me, than what you've been told.
Nah, partner.
You know, there is something you're not being told.
I'm not okay with it.
Yeah.
And you know, somebody said something the other day and said, you know, oh, well, these things, you don't have to be anti-government all the time. And I said, you know what? Actually, I'm not anti-government. I am pro-people. And it's something that I will say until I'm blue in the face. I am not anti-government. I believe government is necessary for so many things to happen. In fact, it is almost mandatory. It is deliberate. It is intentional for government to be there. Yeah. That's why you put them there, for certain things to happen. I am pro-people. So anything that will go against what's supposed to happen for people, I am against that thing. Why should it be that I still go back to that 8-year-old girl, because that encapsulates the innocence of society that we talk about. You cannot tell me that an 8-year-old girl who is in Transmara, going about the business of her family and what an 8-year-old girl should be doing, playing, figuring, discovering life, and then you shoot her in the head, and then you want to tell me that I'm anti-government because I raised my voice? Absolutely not.
You know, let me tell you, you are actually pro-government, because what you want is
the government to work.
Is the same way the shoe guy was found, is the same way the shooter of the 8-year-old should be found. So we are pro-government.
Exactly. And on that note, it's 7 o'clock.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The Director of Public Prosecutions, Rayson Ingonga, has dropped murder charges against 8 senior police officers linked to the killing of Baby Pendo and 39 protesters, citing lack of evidence. The officers are Titus Yoma, Titus Mutune, Benjamin Koima, Benjamin Lorema, Volka Edambo, Josephat Sensira, Muhammad Ali Guyo, and Muhammad Ba, who's been on the run. Appearing before the Milimani High Court, Judge Ingonga, through State Counsel Mark Barasa, informed the court that charges against them have been withdrawn. The state prosecutor, however, stated that the DPP is ready to proceed with the prosecution of 4 officers: John Chego, Lillian Kogei, Kripin Toby, and James Rono. The officers were facing charges of murder, torture, and crimes against humanity. They had initially sought to halt their prosecution over the murder of 6-month-old baby Samantha Pendo during the 2017 post-election violence in Kisumu, on grounds that the charges against them under the International Crimes Act conflicted with Kenya's laws. President William Ruto has used his working tour in Migori County to defend his political partnership agreement with the ODM party. Speaking when he launched the Rongo Market, the president defended his decision to include ODM leaders in his cabinet, saying his intention is to unite the country.
Watu wengine wamekasirika na mimi. Ati mbona nimeweka Mbadi kuwa waziri wa treasury. Ati mbona nimeweka huyu James Opio Wandai kama waziri wa mambo ya stima. Ati kwa sababu hawakunipigia kura. Mimi nimewaambia serikali ya Kenya ni ya Wakenya wote. Wale waliopiga kura na wale hawakupiga kura. Wakenya wote ni wanaolipa ushuru. Ama namna gani jameni? Na ni muhimu kuunganisha Kenya.
President Ruto also used his tour to dismiss the emerging opposition alliance as weak and tribal, saying it poses no threat to his 2027 re-election bid. Ruto criticized former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka, former Interior CS Fred Matiang'i and party leaders Martha Karua of PLP and Eugene Wamalwa of DAP Kenya, accusing them of pursuing ethnic politics. The opposition leaders were engaged in coalition talks for the 2027 general election have since dismissed claims that they are tribal and lack direction. The Kenya National Commission on Human Rights has condemned Sunday's incident in Migori County, where President William Ruto was struck with a flying shoe while addressing a rally. In a statement, the Commission said such conduct has no place in a democratic society governed by the rule of law. The Commission said throwing objects constitutes a violent act that undermines the right to peaceful expression and disrespects not just the individual targeted, but the constitutional framework itself. Kuria leaders have also condemned the shoe hurling incident. This woman is one of them.
Tulishtuka sana kama wamama kwa sababu hatukuwa tuna expect kitu kama hicho. Tunampenda rais. Kitu tunataka kusema kama wamama wa Wakuria ni rais, usituogope, usitukue mbali na sisi. Uendelee kutusupport sisi kama wamama vile tumesimama na wewe, na tutaendelea kusimama na wewe rais wetu. Sisi ni wewe, tunajua wewe ndio baba yetu, wewe ndio wetu, wewe ndio umesimama na sisi. Rais, utusaidie, uendelee kusimama na sisi kama wamama wa Wakuria. Tunalaani tendo ambalo lilifanyika.
The Sacred College of Cardinals will assemble in Vatican City from tomorrow to elect the successor to Pope Francis, who died last month, and the leaders of the who died last month. As per the tradition of the Catholic Church, this position attracts no open campaigns, and for this reason, no candidates are expected to present or publish their names beforehand. The cardinals take an oath of secrecy, and Vatican drivers, healthcare workers, kitchen staff, and anyone else in contact with them will swear an oath of secrecy to never divulge any information pertaining to the papal elections. That's the news wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru. Traffic.
All right, it is a few minutes after 7 o'clock. What's happening on the roads? Traffic is still pretty heavy coming in on the eastern bypass. We're going to see that build as you go towards North Airport Road. There is traffic on the Outer Ring. In and outbound traffic will affect then Manyanja Road, which will cross over to Jago Road. Landis doesn't look too bad right now. It will pick up later as you get then towards the Kamkunji roundabout. The Thika Superhighway coming in from Githurai is pretty heavy with traffic. Also on Kiambu Road, we're seeing that. Let's take a quick look at the northern bypass. Doesn't look too bad here, but Limuru Road will build up. We're already seeing traffic coming in through towards Muthaiga in from Ruaka Village Market, and then this whole area. Some folks will go then through towards Muthaiga to get away from it. Lower Kabete Spring Valley looks good for now. Keep an eye on that and see what happens. Now will be the time to use that if you're planning on it. Coming off of Waiyaki Way, a little bit of traffic as well, and it is busy on Gong Road today. Getting through past the junction out towards Nairobi Funeral Home. So let's keep an eye on all of this as we progress through traffic hour. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 7 after 7 on the 6th day of May, and into the Situation Room for this Tuesday morning. Karibu to Kenya's biggest conversation, where we comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable. Ndu, Dennis, Mark with you this morning, and we're getting into it. Our live streams around or on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And we say a warm welcome to our audience on KTN. We're getting into conversations this hour, and we'll talk a little bit about who our guest is in a short while. But remember, let's be real for a second, shall we? Mums, they are superheroes, aren't they? From sunrise to well past bedtime, they're doing a million things. nurturing, guiding, comforting. We're looking at somehow still remembering where you left your charger. They have all the answers, isn't it? So this Mother's Day, we're giving it up for all the mums. The stylish ones, the soft-hearted ones, and yes, the comfy ones too. Woolworths is helping us celebrate her in the best way possible with 30% off all women's knitwear and sleepwear. Think about it, from now until May 11th. Whether your mum lives in her signature knit cardigans or swears by her soft pajamas after a long day, Woolies has something that's just for her. And the best part, these prices, they're not just beautiful, these pieces are not just beautiful, but they're built for comfort, they're built for elegance, and that effortless Woolworths quality. So, if you're thinking about what to get mum this year, because it's just in a few days' time, all you need to do is let her unwrap a little warmth and softness. Head to your nearest Woolworths store and give her something that says you deserve to relax in style. Woolworths, the difference. So, there's your plan for Mum's Day, so you don't have to think much further than that. Sawa. So, we get into a conversation this hour. Our guest is no stranger to the hot seat of the Situation Room. We're going to welcome him all the same. Wilson Sossion is former Secretary General of the Kenya National Union of Teachers, and he joins us this morning. Karibu sana.
Asante.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
It's been a while.
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
We're glad to have you here all the same. We're going to be looking at the battle for the NGCDF. Of course, we see that flying between members of parliament. People have been saying certain things about, to be with members of parliament or not. We'll go into that in just a bit. But we're going to welcome you to the Situation Room this morning with today's proverb. Dennis will tell you which country it's from, and then we would like you to interpret that for us. Is that okay?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So today we are in the country Tunisia, whose capital is Tunis. Now, it is in North Africa, bordered by Algeria, Libya, and the Mediterranean Sea, with a population of around 12 million people. And official language is Arabic. Now, one of the great things to just know fun facts about Tunisia is Star Wars film was actually filmed there, as well as the couscous capital. Now, Tunisia, Tunisia is known for its unique take on couscous, a staple dish made with semolina and served with vegetables and meat or fish. So next time you visit Tunisia, be sure to have yourself a piece of couscous and tell us how that tastes. But the proverb of the day, a one-eyed person among the blind is king. A one-eyed person among the blind is king.
One-eyed person among the blind is king. Yeah.
What do you make of it?
One eye is critical. If one eye can see, it will and see everything on behalf of the rest. And on behalf of the blind, then that eye reigns supreme. It will see what the others cannot see. So an eye is very important. It will do a lot. It will see a lot on behalf of those who cannot see.
Indeed. Yeah. There it is. Even if you have one, it will do something for you.
It will do something. A great thing. Yeah.
Indeed. Okay, so One Association, many things have been said over the last few days. There are those who've, and actually the last few weeks, when we saw that CDF as an entity was declared unconstitutional, and then we needed to do something else with it. We named it something else, and we named it now NGCDF, right? And they said, okay, let's name it something else, and perhaps that will then renew or rebirth its constitutionality. And then it was then given, before that, we saw that members of parliament essentially would control the spend. But we've come to know over time that a committee now sits on the NGCDF in each constituency, and they are the ones who decide, with the purview or advice of a member of parliament, how this money will be spent. Many have said it has been used as a political tool by members of parliament to then be able to do the things that they want to do in their constituencies. The recent argument has been that members of parliament should have no business operating, deciding, ruling over how money is spent. Their job is to legislate and oversight, and it should end there. I'd like to get your insights in the very beginning about what you feel about this fund, which is 100 million shillings every year. What or who should actually handle it?
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think this is a critical topic for the country, and we are discussing it at the right time when CDF itself is under attack. It is under attack by those who feel that all devolved funds should be channeled through county governments. And that is a bone of contention. But I have a completely different opinion based on the experience of CDF and based on what happens in other jurisdictions. It is good I declare that I was a member of National Committee of CDF, the second committee after its inception. And therefore, I associate myself with the evolution of CDF and the work that it has done for 22 good years. The Honorable Karue MP for Olkalau in 03 moved a motion to establish the CDF. And this was on the basis that the Harambee burden in our communities was actually a burden to the people of Kenya. And therefore, we needed another stream of revenue to substitute the Harambees. And a stream of revenue that is ring-fenced from the taxes. And it was Christian Constituency Development Fund. And traditionally, over the years, matters to do with development at the constituency is spearheaded and is led by the Member of Parliament. That is a traditional fact. And if you check now, things to do with Harambees in churches and projects and whatnot, the lead person is a Member of Parliament. And when that act was passed and the funding stream through CDF, we have seen CDF evolve as a very effective development program in the country. And in education, for example, there are no more Harambees for schools. It has completely ceased across the country. And there are edifices of great quality infrastructure in our schools. Check across. You do those check facts, you'll be able to get it. And about 90% of the CDF money is targeting schools infrastructure. And when you compare the significant impact of CDF compared with the devolved funds through counties has been here with us for 12 years. CDF has been here with us for 22 years. But the impact of CDF is greater, is felt in the communities. Maybe the politics of it, that it is controlled by the MPs, I don't think that is the right argument and is a good excuse to get rid of CDF the way it has been ruled in court. That ruling in court is not law, it's not a death sentence on CDF. And it is something that can be amended by Parliament. Parliament has power to realign our constitution and the laws so that CDF can be protected. Because by the end of the day, CDF is one of the best devolved funds that goes direct to projects and programs in the communities direct from national government. I remember in 07 as NGCDF, we visited Malaysia to benchmark and see how devolution works. And we found out that about 4% of the national budget of Malaysia, part of it is devolved directly to projects within communities, to constituencies. So it's not something that was coined and created in Kenya. It's a devolved funding that has worked over the years. Maybe what we need to do, instead of castigating CDF, and I'm happy there is a constitutional amendment bill in Parliament, and we've seen the public participation across the country, which is more or less like a referendum. And the public are testifying that we are seeing more work of CDF
even
than
asking
any
for
other
an increase
funding.
in funds,
Than any other funding. So I think, to me, in all fairness, we need to strengthen the legislations and operation of activities around CDF. We have seen in Kiharu constituency, for example, what the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro has done to upgrade the primary schools infrastructure, to put the cap rules, improve the environment, the learning environment, and build the day secondary schools, and even pay fees for all day scholars, to the extent that a parent in day secondary school can only pay 1,000 shillings. So CDF is a great funding model that needs to be strengthened. And it is not going to be possible to completely remove the oversight role and the leadership role of the members of parliament around CDF projects.
Why do you think,
it is not because...
Just hold on, just ask the question. Why do you think that there have been the calls to ask that it be removed from members of parliament in terms of control? Do you think there's something that may have happened? Has there been some pattern of behavior that somebody has said, actually, you know what, this thing ought to be removed? Why?
I was a member of the audit committee of CDF. And when CDF started, you could see in documents projects that are completed and paid for. But when you move to the ground, those projects never existed.
Okay.
And that is why we strengthen CDF by taking it completely. It is actually a fund from the National Treasury, superintended by a constituency fund manager who is employed by the National Treasury. And the role of the Member of Parliament has been leadership around the project circle and in ensuring that the programs are implemented and done. Now, the argument here, the new academic argument, I call it academic because it's not practical. And it's right. Kenya is a debating country. We are free to debate and make proposals. It is with respect to more funding to counties. County government feel anything called development money should go through them. They want to do roads also. They want to do all the roads. They want all the functions, all the operational functions to be domiciled in the offices. And when you look at what is happening in the county offices and county governors or county programs, is that most of the money goes into recurrent. We see little in terms of development. So I don't think targeting CDF to claw CDF out of its current setting to take it to complement the funding of the counties is the right thing to do. What governors should do, and those who believe in devolution and support of counties should do, is to campaign for more funding to the counties. But we should be able to leave CDF to operate as it is. And like it or not, a member of parliament is elected by the people of that constituency. It's not appointed. It's elected by the people. So a member of parliament derives authority from the people, the people who elected them. And one of the key functions, stimulant of development, that the member of parliament will oversee in terms of leadership, but not controlling, in terms of leadership. Influencing is the right thing to do. Like if you see what Ndindi Nyoro is doing in Kiharu constituency, and that has been copied by many members of parliament in terms of upgrading the quality of infrastructure in education and security, and in that particular manner, is doing with the people, and it's within the process of the project circle, within the project circle identification, because the projects are identified by the communities. So through the leadership. There is fundamentally nothing absolutely wrong with that.
I just have two questions.
Yes.
What makes an MP special to this fund? Can't anyone else do it? Number two, have MPs finished what they're supposed to do in parliament so that they have time to go manage CDF? Have they finished oversight? Have they sorted out the bills that are pending?
I think you represent those who don't understand.
I represent the people who are asking
those
questions.
who don't understand. And you represent those who are pessimists. I want you to be an optimist, and you will be an optimist in this manner. Number one, what is the role of a member of parliament? Legislation, oversight, representation.
Okay.
When you look at representation, the context is wide. It includes even community leadership, it includes community issues, it includes community development. That is part of representation. That is one. Two, it includes oversight. If indeed we want to establish, say, for example, quality classrooms across that constituency, the first top person who will have responsibility of overseeing is a member of parliament, and that is the person the constituents will hold to account. You don't elect somebody and push somebody to Nairobi.
I'm just asking the MCA, right? The MCA, for example.
No. The MCA is elected to the county assembly.
Yes.
And within the framework of the county assembly, the MCA will be dealing with programs related to devolution and to the county government. That's a fact for sure. And the unit of representation is the ward level.
Yes.
So I don't think it is right here to try and twist the interpretation and to try and uproot the moral community role. At the end of the day, the member of parliament is a leader. Leader. And the context of leadership goes beyond representation, legislation, and oversight.
If it did, why wouldn't that be brought out very clearly?
I'm saying it goes beyond representation and representation, oversight, and legislation. But then, when you look at it in terms of context of oversight, I think we've got to make the law very clear so that the involvement of the member of parliament is more or less supervisory and oversight.
You're saying you're saying that this role its leadership role goes beyond these three areas that have been provided for in the Constitution.
Yes.
This is not something in thin air. It is documented in the supreme law of the land.
Correct.
These are the three things that you should do. But you're saying, and I don't know if it's just conjecture, but you're saying that it goes beyond that scope. If it actually did go beyond the scope, would it not have been put out in the same supreme law that charts the course in these three areas?
And it is the very same decision that was made by the court in terms of violation of separation of powers, where the court said this. The court found that members of parliament were performing executive functions by managing development projects, which contravenes the constitutional principle that separates legislative and executive roles. It is clear the role of a member of parliament.
You can read, we can be very academic, and the courts also are open for anybody.
The law, Mr. Sosion. That's the law of the country.
And the courts,
and everyone is bound to respect the law, including members of parliament.
We'll come to that. Nobody is violating the law. We are engaging in a debate in the best way you understand. That is how you understand. But this is how it works. And this is not a new program. This program existed even before the legislation of the Constitution, and it does not contradict the Constitution. It is how we interpret, and it's how some Kenyans are trying to interpret, and in as much as that ruling has been given by the court, it's contestable. And that is why, if you look at what Parliament have done, is to avoid and to make it clean on the very absolute, is to put it in the Constitution. And that process is ongoing. It was an oversight that was not done from the very beginning. We are not going to do away with the NGCDF. We are not going to do away with NGAF. We are not going to do away with the Women Enterprise. All these funds that were meant to assist in poverty reduction strategy, we are not going to vacate because some academicians are trying to interpret that a member of parliament is limited to 3 roles. And if you look at those 3 roles, it is still wide. It will still cover this.
I actually agree with you.
Sense of interpretation.
I actually agree with you, Sosion. I agree
I've been a member of parliament. I've been a member of parliament.
Yes.
And if we are to take a whole day discussing what oversight means,
what does it mean?
Even in relation to CDF, for example, you'll agree that what members of parliament are currently doing is perfect. The members of parliament are not signatories. They're not signatories to the account. And I would like all of you here to understand.
Just a minute.
The
I think we should get to the root of the matter.
is under the management of a constituency development fund manager.
Bwana Sosion, I think we should get to the root of the matter here. That you say perfect, but if we saw that around the 290 constituencies that make Kenya, on the constituency level, if they were all following the same mode and operation, like the example that you gave of Kiharu constituency, I don't think anybody would have any problem. But the problem here is that they are not. That in the majority, the Constituency Development Fund has been used as a tool to wield political power. We cannot run away from that reality. That when we see it's time for bursaries to happen, the Member of Parliament is almighty. That we see that people are jostling for this 100 million shillings a year. We can be real about that and say that these issues are what have brought to the fore this problem. I don't necessarily agree that the county bosses should be the ones to handle these funds either, because we can see very clearly that in the politic that there is a jostle for these funds, and that is why we are seeing the problems that we are seeing. Why don't we have accountability when it comes to this 100 million that's spent every year across board? Every single of the 290 constituencies around Kenya are not operating like Kiharu.
You should be now asking hard questions.
That's the question I'm asking, and I'm asking why.
I've given you the evolution of CDF. When I was in the audit committee and we audited projects in constituencies, we noted that there were projects that were completed on paper but never done on the ground. And that could not have been reason enough to rethink about doing away with CDF, simply because one or two individuals are unscrupulous.
I think it's more than one or two.
Listen. And that is why at that time, Ndwati Kariuki was the chair of CDF from Ranga, who was an old member of parliament. That is when we decided we should have fund account managers, professional, deployed by the National Treasury. That was done. And NGCDF management infrastructure has improved over time. But that does not mean the challenges the facing CDF have gone away. They have not. Like what we are talking about. If indeed some members of parliament are weaponizing CDF for political expediency, that would be wrong.
It is.
That is not the intention. If indeed some. But what we see, for example, if you walk through Nairobi, for example, Nairobi constituencies, to me, because we've looked at Nairobi in terms of availability of classroom, public schools and whatnot. It has been a big challenge over the years. But a lot of delivery of classrooms and such infrastructure is being done by CDF. And very largely, compared to when CDF started, the level of abuses have gone down. And I think what we should be talking about here, let us not talk about doing away with CDF. Let's talk about how can we make CDF deliver better.
But that's the point. When we call what judges are doing academic, it's a misnomer. Because the issue is not that CDF is wrong. Let me finish.
I have not said what judges are doing is academic.
Allow me to finish. The question that Kenyans are asking is not putting away CDF. The real question is that legislators should legislate. And the role of implementing any amount of money, a classroom, a toilet, even a toothpick, should not be done by someone who is supposed to oversight the national government.
Because even precisely the question you are asking is exactly what is happening. If you look at the architect, just allow me.
Committees that are not national government.
You have asked. You've said the legislators must legislate. That is their duty. It's one of their duties.
Yes.
They must also oversight.
Oversight who?
They must oversight all programs within the country.
No, their role is to oversight the executive.
No, it's not only the executive. Of course, when you talk of CDF, it's a component of the executive. It is a fund from the National Treasury. It is a fund from the National Treasury.
The National Treasury should implement it in full.
Allow me to respond because we have limited time. Yeah. Legislation as a role is okay. But then there are these two other roles. Representation. When you're representing people, you must listen to their unique issues that goes beyond what is provided for in the Constitution and the law. In the Constitution and the law. And community development is one of the key roles that an elected member of parliament will have to do to participate at the constituency level. That is
Mr. Socio,
representation.
when you talk about representation.
And oversight, the context of oversight is so wide. And when you look at how CDF is working, one, member of parliament is not a signatory to the accounts on the absolute.
No, he or she is not, actually.
He is not. There is the district accountant. Who is the district accountant? He's not an employee of National Assembly. That's an employee of the National Treasury. There is a fund account manager. Yeah, that's a fact. Some of these things you will argue for days on end. Those are facts. Now, when I say academic arguments, I'm not saying the judges have done academic arguments. Judges will make decisions based on the material facts placed before them, and they will do their work. And then the rest of you, the citizens and institutions responsible, will have to respond to that. Parliament has responded by recommending amendment of the Constitution to entrench CDF in the Constitution.
We have to take a break, but I'm going to allow... We have to take a break, but Dennis is having a question that he's going to ask you. Let him ask you that question, and we'll take a break.
Mr. Sosion, when you talk about representation is a delegated responsibility given by the citizen of this republic for you to sit in parliament and do your job. And part of that is making sure that when it comes to development, that you make sure the oversight of these development projects are done as required by the standards and as per the law. When you sit here and say that member of parliament will be given 100 million shillings to implement projects, who's oversighting you at that particular point? Because that is where the separation of powers gets lost, Mr. Sosion.
And I think that is where you are now engaged in what I would call academic arguments. Yeah, because, it's good. Let's call it as it is. You have a position, I have a position.
Okay.
And the members of parliament
you cannot oversight yourself,
are not oversighting themselves. They're oversighting the CDF itself within the constituency, being run by the fund account manager, funded by the National Treasury, and accounts checked by the district accountant, and the project circles and the projects identified by the project committees based from locations all through to the constituencies. I think we should be able to, it's good
if we follow that.
It's good if
I would like us,
if you guys from the media were to visit a constituency, see how a project is conceived.
I'm glad that you brought that up, because we're going to take a break. We're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back and give you a couple of examples from constituencies in this country where things have not happened for years on end, and then the members of parliament who tell us that this money that they've been given, number one, is not enough. They've not been able to absorb. We have reports from Auditor General of constituencies in this country that have not absorbed that 100 million, and years on end they've not been able to explain where that money went or what it was done with in Kenya, not in another country.
To talk about.
We'll talk about that when we come back from that break. Wilson Sosion is our guest this hour. NGCDF, to be or not to be, is the question.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Where? Have you heard about moringaschool.com?
Moringaschool.com? Hapo ndio future tech iko boss.
Kenya's top software engineers, data analysts, cybersecurity pros, and UI UX design ninjas wanatoka Moringa.
Hey, na unasema hauna degree? No stress. Whether you are looking to upskill, stuck in a boring job, ama you are starting from zero, Moringa's got your back, man.
Visit moringaschool.com, where anyone can create their future.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning is 16 degrees. It's 16 and partly sunny in Nakuru, with mostly sunny conditions at 17 in Nyeri. Eldoret at 13 is sunny, while Mombasa raining this morning at 24. Malindi at 25, raining as well. Sunny at 20 into Kisumu, while Kakamega at 18 is sunny. It's a rainy morning in Kampala at 18, while Dar es Salaam is cloudy at 24. Mostly sunny conditions at 9 degrees in Johannesburg, while at 26 it's cloudy in Mogadishu. Addis Ababa is sunny at 16, while we're looking at cloudy or clear conditions in Lagos at 27 and cloudy conditions at 23 in Kinshasa.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, a busy morning in Nairobi. We're looking at capital leading out into many parts of the country. Opportunity for you to shout out, tell us what's happening in other cities this morning. Or if you look at the Thika Superhighway, traffic coming in from Kiambu County is quite a thing. Heavy traffic. Then as it touches on into Githurai, Kasarani, and then through towards Survey. On Kiambu Road today, traffic is epic, and it's coming all the way from DCI headquarters and then out towards Muthaiga Square. So that's doing the thing. Gong Road busy. Lower Kabete now towards Spring Valley. That's where we see that traffic has started to build up, and also coming in on Limuru Road. Very busy this morning. There is Langata Road traffic. You thought you would escape it. We can't, because it's quite heavy this morning. And traffic is coming in all the way from Kikuyu around the other side of Ngong Road this morning. So that has already started busily. Eastern bypass traffic through towards the Cabanas interchange is crazy right about now. Outer Ring also in and outbound traffic doing the thing. We are in traffic hour, folks. Let's talk and keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 21 minutes to 8 o'clock, our guest this hour on the Situation Room is Wilson Sossion, former Secretary General of the Kenya National Union of Teachers, nominated Member of Parliament as well, and looking into issues of the NGCDF and where it should rest. Now, when we talk about glaring examples of how the CDF is spent, whether it is development of roads in constituencies, whether it is building of classrooms, making sure that primary schools have what they need, we unfortunately have glowing tributes of what has been done in the minority. That the Auditor General on several occasions have talked about how this money and these funds going to different constituencies around the country have not been absorbed. Mirroring or echoing the same thing by your own admission, Wilson, whereby you say that on paper, we see that money has been spent. Going to the ground, we don't find that those projects exist. It is this country that we continue to use the examples of a big billboard being put on a cattle dip, or a member of parliament's face being put on milk packets, or a member of parliament's face being put on a public toilet.
Yep.
It is in this country. It is not in a different country. And that would be the length and breadth of a CDF project that we see under the auspices of a member of parliament in Kenya today. I don't care if it's golden toilet seats. 100 million shillings is not what will build one toilet in a constituency in a year. My point being that, unfortunately, the examples of the under and misuse and mismanagement of CDF stories are much more than the stories of the proper development that has been used, that has been created by use of CDF. And that is the problem.
And then as well, the fact that CDF has been there operating in contrary to what the Constitution does not make it right. Because you talk about building classrooms. As we speak today, the government is on a multi-billion shillings project to build classrooms. That is a point where a member of parliament should get into oversight the development being done by the government to making sure that these classrooms are built up to par and funds are spent as expected. Examples like Kiharu are good, but unfortunately, it's all we talk about.
You know, let me just ask, because Do is right. Aseto is right. But if your argument is CDF is about oversight, why then should the MP not be part of the board of the roads, be part of the board of the bridges, be part of the board of every single development thing, were it not for CDF to be simply a campaign tool that needs to be held on by politicians who are mostly quiet in parliament?
I think this conversation, the way we should have framed it, is to look at the challenges facing CDF. Yeah, that is how we should approach this conversation. But when we talk of this contravenes the Constitution, it must go. I think we've corrected many programs in this country.
So what are the challenges?
By reviewing the laws, by reviewing the Constitution to align them. Let me make a number of corrections with respect to CDF. One, it doesn't do roads. CDF does not do roads. It does, I think over time, it has been streamlined so that... No,
that was not my question. My question was...
There are many questions.
If CDF...
I'm starting with her. I'll come to you. Let us be orderly.
Go ahead, please, continue.
Yeah. I thought you answered my question.
No, I'm not answering your question. I'm starting. Okay. I'm being,
all right, go ahead.
I'm being systematic. One, roads, it doesn't do roads. And over time, evolution over time, CDF programming has been improved to the extent that when I talked about the completion on paper and nothing on the ground, that was audit that we did in 07. I don't think it is the same case up to now, because in 07 we didn't have fund account managers. Yes. But now we have fund account managers. There is a strong hand of the district accountant. And of course, those days we could have a constituency trying to do up to 200 projects, which was not possible. It would not be completed in one financial year. And it was reduced to 25, maximum of 25. And then project identification circle was taken to the community. And I want to say the CDF project programming implementation by the project implementation committee and completion is done by the people. It is people driven. They are the ones who vote for the project. They are the ones who agree on what project to be done.
I need to hold you to just for clarification.
They're the ones who are expected to implement.
I need you to clarify.
And that is why there is a
Mr.
constituency.
Sosion, I'm going to have to ask you to hold on so that I can ask you this question for you to clarify. Are you telling me that within constituencies, we know that we have an NGCDF advisory committee at every constituency?
Correct.
Are you telling me that when they want to embark on a project, that there is public participation organized by the committee?
Correct.
And everybody comes in and they agree that we are going to build this school? That's what happens across
constituencies. That is what is there in the law.
I needed your... No.
Yeah.
I know it is in the law. I am asking whether it happens at constituency level every time a project is being embarked on.
Now, having been
it's a yes or no.
Having been a member of the CDF myself, board, and over time, and having been a member of parliament,
does it happen?
I have maintained constant interest in what goes on in CDF.
Does it happen?
And I can say, no, don't. When you say it doesn't happen,
I'm asking,
where does it happen?
You've said, I've asked the question. I need you to tell me.
Now, allow me to
if
speak.
The committee that sits, because we know that after things changed, it was not just at the will of the member of parliament to decide how funds were spent. That is why a committee was instituted, of which the member of parliament is a member. You stated that there is public participation and everybody comes together when they decide. My question is simple. When there is a project at constituency level that is being embarked on, is there public participation and the people of the constituency come together under the auspices of the committee to agree that funds should be spent for that project? That's my question.
Let me answer you. There is a constituency fund management committee with a chair and with members drawn from different groups, cadres of from the community, either civil societies, churches, and the rest. And the project is identified by the people. It is not identified by the member of parliament. No. The member of parliament doesn't come in anywhere. That's a fact for sure. And that is a practice across all constituencies. And
so it happens, to your knowledge. The people in the constituency identify and they come together with the committee. All right.
It does happen.
It
does happen.
Okay.
And that is how a project cannot be adopted and approved by the National Management Committee of CDF unless there are minutes to that effect, to the approval by the committee at the grassroots level. It doesn't happen, and it cannot be funded, and no funds can be released.
So they go by the minutes.
By the way,
so they go by the minutes.
It is criminal for any person to abuse the procedures and processes of implementation of programs within the CDF.
So they go by the minutes.
Anybody abusing is culpable.
That is understood.
And,
so do they go by the minutes?
Yes,
or they go by
the minutes.
Do they go by the minutes?
Let me ask you. I'm a teacher.
No.
I'm
it's
a teacher.
okay,
Yes,
Mr.
they go by
Sosion.
the minutes.
It's a simple question. Do they go by the minutes or do they go by the actual events that took place?
Let me tell you, CDF programs, projects that have been delivered in the country are great and mammoth. And I've been in the space of education.
Yeah.
And since 2003, we have seen Harambe's for schools fizzle out completely. And CDF is delivering classrooms, infrastructure, and many programs, many projects within the education sector. And if that was not happening, we would be having a problem.
Okay, tell us the challenges.
The reality is there is significant success in work that CDF is doing.
Okay.
And all these programs are identified by the community. They are identified by the committee. There is a chair and there is a fund account manager. There is a district accountant. The member of parliament simply comes in to provide leadership role and oversight.
Okay.
That is a fact for sure. The way it is, yes, the problem that you have now is a political pit.
Yeah, it's jostling.
Yes. The political advantage that a sitting member of parliament can benefit from. You can benefit by virtue of being elected by the people. That's
How
a fact
can
for
you
sure.
benefit from
But you are
this?
an MP for the time being. If you benefit politically, that is it. Why are you bitter when somebody benefits politically because of working with the people?
So
I
you
think
do
there's
agree
more
then the fund is
politics here.
used as a tool?
There are more politics. So the problem with you is the bitterness of politics.
So do you
If we are bitter about politics, then let us deal with it.
I think this is coming out now. It's very important.
But I
so
think,
do you think, Sosion, that NGCDF is being used in many cases as a political tool based on
I
what
don't
you've
think
just
so.
said?
I don't
So
think
where
so.
would the jostling and bitterness
I don't
come
think
about?
so.
So where would the jostling?
The moment you are a member of parliament, you are a leader.
So where would the jostling and bitterness that you speak of come from?
The jostling and bitterness, it comes from the society. The society will think differently, like the way you are thinking now. My brother here is so passionate that it is unconstitutional. You cannot stand table that it is unconstitutional, but it is legal. There is an NGCDF Act.
Okay, let's keep it orderly. Let's keep it orderly so that we can ask questions and get some answers from them. Mark, please go ahead.
You just said that the MP is there to give leadership and oversight.
Of course.
You do realize that is exactly the problem.
It is not the problem.
You cannot lead and oversight
The problem is in interpretation. No, the MP is not oversighting himself. He's oversighting a committee that is working. There is a chair of CDF who is not a member of parliament. There is a fund account manager who is not a member of parliament. There is a project implementation committee who is not a member of parliament. There is a contractor on side who is not a member of parliament.
Is part of that leadership team?
No, it's not part of the leadership.
So
it's not part of the component of the membership of the CDF committee at the constituency. And the membership of the CDF committees are approved by parliament.
I did not ask about committees. I asked, in the CDF structure, does the MP give a leadership role?
At the constituency.
At the constituency.
So, by virtue of being an elected member of parliament and by virtue of the CDF being originated from National Assembly, morally speaking, and sits on the lifeline of the National Assembly, that the member of parliament becomes a leader, an automatic leader of all the programs.
For making my point for me.
Yes.
You are saying that the MP is a leader who looks himself in the mirror and oversights himself. And that's where the problem is.
No, that's your own thinking.
Well,
we can argue academically the way we are doing. We can argue in different directions, and we are free as a country to debate, to argue, and the Parliament is also at liberty to respond and to align its legislation. It aligned the legislation previously. It is now an NGCDF. These are funds controlled by the Treasury. It is not controlled by the National Assembly. It is oversighted by members of Parliament at constituency level. And the members of Parliament provide leadership in terms of project implementation, completion, and at the constituency level. Because if you are a member of Parliament and you don't pay attention to implementation of programs related to CDF and completion and delivery, the constituents will suffer. That is one of the moral duty, a duty that cannot even be written in the Constitution or anywhere, which a member of Parliament shall perform and will continue performing, like it or not. It will remain in that particular space. For me,
do you think
what
that
we need to do with
NGCDF is
CDF
used for political mileage? A very simple question.
Yes.
Do you think in any way, shape or form that NGCDF is used as a tool of political mileage?
In 2025, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. Okay. I don't think so. Considering the way these programs have been delivered, the way constituencies are doing, because I was seeing even, for example, what you call material constituency. In all day schools, parents can only pay 1,000 shillings because all the fees for day scholars is paid for by NGCDF. In fact, NGCDF is assisting households to offload the cost of education. I was seeing Kilgore's constituent, not Kilgore's, but Murwa Digir, where many schools were receiving buses, including the MTC and many institutions. Something that could not happen in the past. If you look at the school transport system, the CDF is doing it. It's delivering buses to school. It's doing a lot of great work. I was looking at Konoin constituency, for example, the refurbishing and delivery of classrooms. When you look at Nairobi, look at Embakasi West, Embakasi East constituency, establishment of new complete day secondary schools through NGCDF. Look at Dagoret, and we can go on and on. To me, CDF has done well. What we need to do going forward is, one, strengthen CDF, put it in the constitution. That is one. Two, put in more money to CDF and be very specific. It goes to which programs?
You want more money where we can't see that there's been proper absorption of the
more money to CDF. More money to CDF. So that one, we can offload the total burden of establishment of infrastructure in schools, because we will still be doing infrastructure in our education. And in fact, our education relies Our education relies completely on CDF. Number three, way forward. Allow me. Number three,
to differ with that.
Number three, you can differ, but it's right to differ.
Because education is a national
you can have your say.
How do we say that education
is a national government role that should not depend on NGCDF?
NGCDF is national.
Because
NGCDF is national.
Every budgeting process,
by the way,
every budgeting process, the government plans
CDF,
for education,
CDF has been running education for the last 22 years. We cannot wake up in 2025 simply because we are theorizing constitution. You know, there is what we call theory and practice.
Okay.
You can do theory here, but translate it to action on the ground, it won't work. It's a mismatch.
So doing good things.
Number three,
finish number three.
Allow
quickly.
Me.
Finish
You brought me to talk.
It's okay.
You can't be the one talking.
Finish
Ask me a question. Allow me to talk.
Finish number three.
I think that talking is key. Number three, if there are any grave challenges within the CDF, including abuse by any committee, including non-delivery, then those who abuse the operations of CDF must be criminalized and put in. That's a fact. We need strong accountability structures, and we should be able to see what CDF delivers in literally every constituency. So let's deal with the challenges around CDF. But you see, bringing politics and trying to rubbish it and throwing it out of the window as if it has done nothing, we will be doing a disservice to the country.
You know,
the best for the country, the best things that have been achieved in the country should be protected. And I think one of them is CDF And I'm saying so with all due honesty, not because I've been a member of parliament, but I've seen what it has done in education.
Pablo Escobar did great things for his village, built roads, did schools, all of those things. The result of a thing does not mean its source is right. The thing here is that MPs in this country are taking on executive power when they should not, including the issue of the roads for counties.
And that is one of the issues that was raised by the courts when it comes to matters to do with CDF, because they were usurping roles that are meant for the county governments. But that notwithstanding, you've mentioned issues to do with CDF. Let me just give you Sako constituency, unacknowledged bursary fund, incomplete student records, Moyale constituency, unverified committee expenses, procurement irregularities, Sirisia constituency, unverified bursary disbursements, land purchased without ownership documents, Kapsaret constituency, and I can go on and on and on. Mr. Sosyon, we are not here to say that CDF has not worked. We're here to say CDF is a political tool, a political card being wielded by members of parliament.
And I disagree with that position.
That is a way for them to get back
with that
to
position.
power.
With a final question for you, Sosyon, is do you think, well, I think I can guess, but do you think that then members of parliament should be left to then handle and operate NGCDF how they've been doing it so far?
The members of parliament should remain in position of leadership of NGCDF activities within the constituencies, within the context of oversight. Their business should be to oversight. Yeah. And this is where other arms of the executive should come in to implement CDF programs. The intention of having a fund account manager was to take it away from the politics of the constituency, because a fund account manager is a grounded economist and a trained Kenyan who should be able to run that program effectively. The beauty of CDF is that it has less of human resource. It's more of projects. So, and I think that is what needs to be enhanced. That is one. Two, what we need to do is to flag out abuse of CDF in terms of non-delivery, in terms of poor identification of projects, in terms of limitation of what it has to do. For me, I'm basically happy it has done well in education.
Fantastic.
And I think there should be more money. They put in more money and target more the delivery within education, and then standardize the output of CDF across all the constituencies.
Wilson
Sosyon, Kiharu can do quality work in schools in Kiharu constituency,
then
why
everybody
can Sako and all the others
do the same?
Yes.
That's the question.
And
that if it, I'm sorry, but time has come to an end, and that's the question. That if it can happen in one place, to give the glowing that it should happen across. But there have been many things that have denied that to be able to happen. Wilson Sosyon, former Secretary General of the Kenya National Union of Teachers, has been here this morning for us to discuss issues around NGCDF. It is still sticky, it's still wily. There'll be many, many more conversations around it. Accountability, transparency, and proper management is top of the agenda of anything in this country. Thank you so much for being here with us this morning. Really appreciate your presence. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. President William Ruto is expected in Narok County today. His visit comes days after 5 people were killed and several others injured during violent clashes between residents and police at Angata Barikoi. The confrontation erupted when police attempted to stop tens of protesters who were demonstrating against grabbing of 10,000 acres of land, allegedly by a senior government official. Reports say President Ruto will start his tour in Kilgoris, where he is expected expected to launch the Kilgoris Gorgor Road. Meanwhile, youth in Kilgoris have asked the president to address rising insecurity and the lack of higher education institutions in the region.
Hapa Transmara hatuna universities na colleges.
Hapa tunahitaji Bwana Rais Huduma Center.
Everybody in this country knows what is happening in Angata Barikoi. The president shouldn't be quiet. Anafaa kuaddress hiyo maneno kwa sababu in one way or the other he is mentioned, or if he is not mentioned, those who are mentioned kwa sababu wanapatikana kwa cliche yake, anafaa kuaddress na kuaddress locals and ili kuwepo na amani.
In Kakamega County, health services in public hospitals across the county have been disrupted as doctors, including those on short-term contracts, commence their strike on Monday. At Kakamega County General Hospital, patients were left with little choice but to seek medical assistance from private facilities, while others returned home without receiving treatment. Most public health centers experienced minimal activity, with critical services coming to a standstill due to the absence of doctors. The Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union has accused the Kakamega County government of failing to implement the 2017 CBA, which outlines fair employment terms and improved working conditions for the medics. The government intends to connect 25,000 households to electricity in Migori County by November as part of the Last Mile Connectivity Program. President William Ruto made the announcement on Monday in Awendo constituency as his 3-day working tour in the county wound down. Ruto, who flagged off electrification materials, said the project, which will cost 1.9 billion shillings, will benefit approximately 120,000 residents.
Mimi nimekuja hapa kwa sababu ya mambo ya stima. Mumeona hapa tumeanzisha mradi mkubwa ya kaunti mzima ya hapa Migori. Hii Migori ilibaki nyuma kwa giza miaka nyingi. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Ndio sababu hiyo tumeweka affirmative action. Tumewapatia pesa 1.9 billion ya kuunganisha stima kwa manyumba ya wananchi 25,000.
As Kenyans continue to share their views on the future of the NGCDF, residents and leaders of Endebess in Trans Nzoia County have called on the government to formally enshrine the fund, the Senate Oversight Fund, and the National Government Affirmative Action Fund in the Constitution. Speaking at the public engagement session, the area MP Robert Bukose said the move will ensure that the funds are protected from legal challenges. Bukose also proposed that the NGCDF allocation be increased.
Hatukuwa hata na basi moja. Saa hii tuko na buses 15 kutoka zero. Wakati huo tulikuwa na primary schools 40. Saa hii tuko na primary schools 65. Tulikuwa na secondary schools 7. Saa hii tuko na 25 secondary schools. Siku hiyo hatukuwa na TTI. Saa hii tuko na TTI. Na iko na wanafunzi zaidi ya 2,000. Hata siku hiyo secondary school kukuwa na twin lab ilikuwa ni maajabu. Saa hii kila secondary school iko na twin lab.
Russia says Ukraine has launched an overnight drone attack targeting Moscow for the second night in a row. All 4 of the capital's major airports were closed for several hours to ensure safety, but later reopened. Russia's aviation watchdog Rosia Vyasia said on Telegram. Moscow's mayor Sergei Sobyanin said on social media at least 19 Ukrainian drones had been destroyed before they reached the city from different directions. He said some of the debris had landed on one of the key highways in the city, but there were no casualties. That's the news wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Traffic.
All right, taking a look at what's happening with traffic. It is a very busy morning, a bit cloudy in certain parts of Nairobi. As you exit the city, the fog is pretty low. So folks who are finding their way out into Nakuru County, you're going to have to be a little bit slow with that. But you'll get the fog lights up. You will need them. Coming off of the Eastern Bypass, some traffic as you then touch on Outer Ring. There is some traffic on Jogoo Road heading out towards the city. And look at what's happening on Mombasa Road. Quite some traffic as you come past the Next Gen Mall heading out into the city. city. Langata Road is also starting to pack up quite some. The Thika Superhighway not letting up at all. Quite a lot of traffic here. And the traffic on Kiambu Road is now well beyond the DCI headquarters. There is traffic on Limuru Road, much more of that Lower Kabete going towards Spring Valley, and Wayaki Way will give some of that. James Gishiro also busy as you find your way to the city. Let's keep an eye on things and keep it moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you, getting into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning, and we're getting into a little bit more of a conversation around what is happening in the country. We can't seem to run away from the political intrigues. It makes a difference because the politics fuels what decisions will be made when it comes to your vote, and that is a conversation that we will go into this hour. You're still with us, and as you do that, Mum's Day, Mother's Day, is coming up. And you know what I've realized? That the best Mother's Day gifts aren't the loudest ones. They don't have to scream from the end of the street. They've been the ones that show we get her. Woolworths is making it easier to say, I see you, Mum, with 30% off women's knitwear and sleepwear available in store right now until the 11th of May. Think of that one sweater. I think of the one that my mum has, and I know that one sweater she always reaches for when the weather turns, and I know it. I think I actually have it here. When she comes to Nairobi, she uses it a lot. I think I need to send it back, but anyway, or maybe when I'm going, I go with it. And so when the weather turns, it's that sweater, and it's synonymous with her. Or think about those comfy sleep sets that somehow make everything feel a little calmer at night. Woolies has all that and more. The quality, the comfort, the elegance, and all in one place. So you need to head on down, and let's be honest, no one deserves a day off and a little spoiling more than Mum. So why not give her the softest hug in the form of something she'll wear and love every day? Head into Woolworths and make this Mother's Day feel as special as she is. Woolworths, the difference. And that's what you want to do. Mum special all over the place. And so as we get into Mother's Day this year, think about Woolies and what Woolies has to offer. So that's a conversation that we'll get into a little bit later. But as we do continue, the real politic then surrounds us at every turn. We'll be joined by a governor's advisor in a short while. And as he makes his way here, there are certain issues that we need to then bring to attention. There's certain things that we still need to continue speaking of. And one of those is a big question. And it's been asked very many times, and I think that it's nagging at the very heart, and it's tugging at the heart of society today. That are there those whose value is more than others? That why does it take so much time to deal with the people for whom you have guidance over, for whom you are their vanguard, but it takes very little time for others? People are asking the question. We need to be able to discuss it. We need to find the answers. That we should be for the people. And that's what essentially the very first line of the laws that lead many a land actually do say.
Yes.
That for the people is why we are here. If we look at the last year, my heart is pulled tight at the number of deaths that have occurred. The number of deaths that are allegedly to have happened at the hands of police are very many. For the first time in a long time, we have seen that there has been an indictment on some police officers for their non-direct role in what happened in Kisumu in 2017, where baby Samantha Pendo was shot and killed by a bullet that found its way into where they were in their home. And that women were raped. And that when we found our way past 2017 and into 2018, 2019, after the first year of COVID is when we started to see large numbers of people whose bodies were found in River Yala. This happened. That people's bodies who could be identified by the government pathologist as person 1, 2, or 3 were found. We then started to hear of other water bodies in the country and people's bodies were found. we started to hear about disappearances where people were here one day and then they were not the next. Fast forward to 2024, when the protests took place and people in their tens then disappeared. Some were shot in broad daylight and bodies were collected off the streets. We have their names, we know them. We get to 2025 when a young man goes to fish in Lake Nakuru National Park. He disappeared, and exactly 2 months and 29 days later, an inquest that looked into his disappearance has now found some people could be culpable for his death, for his disappearance and his death. His body is still to be found. They still don't know where he is. But his disappearance and possible death is being placed on people. Baby Pendo's accused have only been arraigned, have only been charged 8 years after the fact. When we place this against the speed and alacrity with which we see other things happening, Kenyans are asking, why does it take so long for the wheels of justice to start to grind when it comes to us as a population? That's the question.
It's a question that is actually coming at a very important time, because remember, again, there is an incident that involved a member of parliament who allegedly shot an individual, and we know how that case went. And it is a matter that has been canvassed in court, and nothing much seems to be moving. But here we have a situation where one of them is killed, and you see the wheels of justice moving real quick to apprehend individuals, yet the family of that individual, up to date, have no closure, have no answers. We go back to June 25th. Again, individuals shot at the back as they left Parliament. Someone holding a flag shot down. We could see from that blood Parliament how everything went down. And one begs the question: those that were called thugs, thieves, treasonous individuals, all they had was water and a flag and their voices, yet they were brought down. Up to date, 1 year later, nothing has happened. Baby Pendo shot at the balcony. The Kennedy shot while going for a book. Up to date, you want to tell me officers who have the powers to arrest and track CCTVs are unable to recall guns, to take their own guns through ballistics to find out what police officer shot who at what time?
My worry is a bit deeper than that. If you count the number of policemen in this country, do you get to 500,000?
No,
you don't. When the public loses trust in their security forces, and we've seen the public turn on police, correct? Take their guns. You might be focusing on protecting VIPs and yourself. But please remember, the saddest thing that can happen in a country is when the people turn on the police. And when they do, Baby Peldo is one. You will be bailing. The psychology, the psyche of a nation must always be protected. And how do you do that? The FBI goes out of its way to make sure big cases are closed properly and correctly.
Efficiently, yes.
Eldron, people who steal from people, murderers, PDD, arrested. Why? They need to keep the American people believing in the system. Kenya and Kenyans, when that shoe flew, it was not about hitting a man. It was hitting a presidency. So forget about the man. The statement that came from that shoe is that Kenyans could easily lose hope and trust on the system. And when that day comes, and hear my warning, no amount of guns or bullets will stop it. we need to sit down, and I'm speaking to my government. I'll remember that these Kenyan people who you now made it kawaida that they disappear and die, the fear will go. And then the hunger they have will eat you.
I've found myself asking a question over the last couple of days, and I think about Kenya, and I think about I can't think of Kenya in isolation just because of the position that I am in.
Yeah.
And is that I think about the continent just because of where my heart beats.
Yes.
Around the continent. And so I find myself asking this question that for whom are governments? For whom are governments set up? For whom is this hierarchy? When you look at the very lowest level of representation and then you start to climb, and then you talk about accountability and management, and then you talk about responsibility and security and ensuring and providing a conducive environment and all of that, who is it for? And my answer, when I think about it, I say, well, you know what it is? It is for the people. And I say, yeah, it's for the people. I think there have been books written about for the people. There have been films done about for the people. There is an innate thesis about what the people is all about.
Yeah.
And that you go to vote not to glorify somebody else. You go to vote for you.
Yes.
You go to listen to what somebody has to say, to believe them, to hear them, to give them an opportunity to lead for you. This person goes into this position to handle funds, to make laws, to make decisions for you. That governments exist for the people.
Yeah.
That governments exist to do things that essentially is going to make a conducive environment for the people, that is going to foster proper relations with other nations for the people, that is going to ensure that the development infrastructure and the development agenda is met for the people. It's for the people.
True.
So when you see your people, for me, I have to do this equation in my mind. I actually sat down with a book and a paper and I said, so when you see your people, that they suffer for lack of knowledge, they suffer for improper education, they suffer for improper infrastructure, and then they die by the bullet or they disappear at the hand of state agents, and nothing is being done about it in the majority. Guys, we have a problem. We have a major problem. If a woman can sit in that chair and cry tears for her son who died doing an innocent thing in the middle of melee around protests, and nothing has been done to date, we have a problem. Then the government is not for the people. If we have protests and people disappear, mothers are still crying, fathers cry looking for his 21-year-old son, that the state should have been able to protect the people, and it is not working. We have a problem. We have a problem if a day has passed. You see that example you've given about the FBI?
Yes.
It is their duty. It doesn't matter if it's one person who went missing on the side of the road downtown or somebody who is an international criminal. They will do the due diligence to the letter, big or small. And that is where we have a problem. People cannot just disappear. People cannot just be shot by police. People cannot just fall off the face of the earth. And we have an authority that's supposed to make sure that these things don't happen. And we sit and we fold our arms and we have our fingers up our noses as though nothing happened. And we sit here and we're okay with it? No.
Let me ask you a question.
No.
Between Buruburu, Umoja, and Karel and Rulda, how many houses have police protection? On which side?
We only have police stations.
There is more VIP protection than there is people protection. Question: how many security officials does a minister have?
They argue two, but that's what they argue.
You can have as many as you want.
Yeah. The issue is this: when the Mzungu came up with African police, those police were to protect the Mzungu, right? When the Mzungu left, the police were to protect who? The new Mzungu.
The new Mzungu.
Right? The question we must ask ourselves in this country is, when will the people be the VIPs?
I think in this continent we've seen that. We see that the people, we go back to Ibrahim Traore and the respect for his people and putting the people first. And if only African leaders would see that and serve the people, then perhaps it'll be headed in the right direction.
I think that they need to be. You see, the thing is that if you have ingredients to make a cake and you say that eggs, for example, is a major ingredient, you can't bake the cake and then slap the eggs on the finished product. You can't come later and then say, oh, by the way, we needed eggs. And I think that's what is happening with the people, that people have mixed their own thing, Koroga over here, and then you realize, the people were supposed to be in here somewhere, then you want to pretend later, then you put them. You can't do that. You have to have it as a number one priority from the very beginning. And that's my question, that if we are not seeing whereby people-centered governance is taking root, we have a problem. And it will show up whether you have people who are falling off the face of the earth. It'll show up when you have young girls and boys who are shot. It'll show up when you have an education system that's in a shambles. It'll show up when you go to hospital and you can't be treated. It'll show up when you have a road that has been there for 15 years that is uncompleted. It will show up. You don't need anybody to convince you beyond that the priority of people is not front and center. You will see it. You will know.
But you see, Ndu, I'm optimistic because one day we will have a leader that thinks of the people, and one day I'm optimistic everybody else will be brought to book. I look forward to that day.
Whatever you took for breakfast, please
I am optimistic.
We're looking for some of that as well.
I am optimistic.
I need optimism.
And it's interesting because we're having a conversation this morning about President William Ruto's government versus the will of the people. It's as though we are fighting, whereby we should actually be on the same side. And our guest is here. Joachim Simiyu is a governance advisory and policy analysis expert. He's here, although he may have gotten lost. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm very fine. Yes.
Where did you go?
A little traffic here and there. And that's what caused my late coming.
You mean you've not bought a chopper yet?
I'm not in this government.
That's what you buy when you see traffic.
We do have some minutes though, and we're glad that you've joined us this morning. We're going to get into this conversation. You've heard us talking a little bit about it in terms of what the will of the people is and what a government should be doing to entrench the will of the people and to make sure that that is practiced, and not just but practiced and then implemented. So as we get into the conversation with you, we're going to welcome you with today's proverb. We normally do that, and Dennis is going to share that proverb with you, and we would like to get your interpretation of that before we go through.
Yeah, our proverb of the day comes from Tunisia. Tunisia, which has a population of 12 million people. Their language is Arabic. And important is they gained independence from the French in 1956. And the proverb that comes from Tunisia today is, a one-eyed person among the blind is king. A one-eyed person among the blind is king. What do you make of that?
One-eyed person among the blind is king. That a person who looks better in a group of people who are... This person looks at least better than the rest. So that person is considered to be the best among them all.
Because of what you have.
Because in comparison to the others, they don't have eyes, but he has one eye.
Okay. So he can do a little bit better, can't he?
Yes.
All right. The will of the people is, like I said earlier, is something that it finds its way into the supreme law of many a nation around the world. That it is the will of the people, and because of that will of the people, it's taken and it's translated into leadership at whatever level. The will of the people is taken and it's translated into leadership at lower levels, and then going right up to the very top of the person then who leads the country. That the will of the people should be front and center of the doings, of the thinkings, and then of its implementation later on. I want to go quickly into this, that do we see in Kenya that the will of the people is being upheld while governance is taking place?
That's only on paper. But in reality, the will of the people is not being upheld, because the people are looking at what they are doing. The biggest bout of contention is that the people are not seeing the fruits of their labor. The issue is not really about governance. The issue is about money. That the people are working so hard, but at the end of the day, they see the fruit of their labor on the wrist of someone else wearing a watch worth millions. They work so hard, and at the end of the day, they see it on someone else. The fruit of their labor is being taken away by a few people, but they are not gaining anything. So the people, as we speak right now, they are asking the government that what is in it for us? That despite our hard work, despite everything we are doing, we are still finding it very hard to even manage our day-to-day lives. So the government, in a response, the response of the government is so interesting that when you go out and ask for a right to good education, the answer you get is either a baton, water cannon, or a live bullet. So as we speak right now, actually this show wouldn't be there if the will of the people was being upheld. And the uproar out there is about things that the people feel are entitled to, they are not getting. That, for example, they tell you that you need to be given a house, and they deduct money from your salary, and then again go and get a private developer, is given a public land, puts up units that they call affordable, and then at the end of the day, that private developer sells the same units at very exorbitant rates. So you wonder, where is the affordable housing that we are being told?
And one would look at it in terms of the people of the Republic are supreme. It is the people of the Republic that equally give power to the constitution of the land.
Yes.
And any government that is in place ought to serve the people.
Yes.
But as we see, it seems as though we are in different levels, that those who are considered to be more Kenyans than the others. Does the government of the day, does the leadership of the day care about the people, their feelings, and the need to do right by them?
You can see how they respond to concerns from Kenyans. This is an animal farm where some animals are more equal than others. That the concerns when a Kenyan says this particular thing is not being handled the right way, you can see the arrogance from the people who are in government. They are not even listening and identifying, why do we have this particular issue? And they demonize the one asking. Like they are talking about hatred on social media. And they are thinking about regulating social media. Instead of thinking about what is it that is leading to this hatred? How did we get here? What is it that we can do to get on this on the table with the people and see where we went wrong? Because these people did not just wake up one day and started being hateful towards their leaders. Yeah. It's the actions of the leadership that has prompted the people to actually exercise a lot of hatred towards them.
The government will say that they came in tough times, huge debt. Basically, the light bulbs were blown off, the carpet was removed, and the suffering we are feeling is because of previous governments, and they have no choice than to put in the measures that they have.
When they were campaigning,
yes,
especially President Ruto campaigning, he got the image of someone who knew every problem we were facing. And he had a plan on how to solve the problems. Everything Kenyans are asking for is what he promised. We are not asking for things that cannot be done. When he talks about debt, today they tell us debt is 11 trillion.
Yeah.
Then we ask, when we borrow this money, what did we do with it? From 2013 up to now, the biggest project we've seen, started and completed, is SGR, which only used 500 billion. So when you come to me and tell me you have a debt of 11 trillion, I will ask you, what did we do with the money? The other day, they wanted us to shout on top of our houses and everywhere, congratulating the government for paying 11.6 billion.
Yeah.
What? Now, we've paid, it's okay. We say thank you. But what did we do with the money? Because when you go back to your house today and your wife tells you, I borrowed this from the shop and we need to pay 1,000, you will want to know what is it that we didn't have that made you go to the shop and borrow things worth 1,000. So accountability. They are telling us about debt sustainability. That's not a problem. The problem is, what did we do with the money we borrowed? So they tell us that they came in when the government, things were tough, there was no money in the public coffers. They didn't tell us how much money was supposed to be there. Maybe it is, they were not supposed to find anything, labda. But they didn't tell us we needed to have this to start. And where is this plan you talked about when you were coming in? You talked about agriculture being given 50 billion in Galana Kulalu. We are not saying it. You talked about giving women 50 billion to assist them in doing their business. We are not saying it. You talked about giving children who are born under the age of 3 years, they are going to be given diapers. We are not saying it. We are only asking for things that you promised us.
Not even beyond what you promised.
Yes.
Essentially, even the things that you said you were going to do, we're not even trying to be, what's the word? We're not even trying to be aspirational.
Yes.
We are just saying the things that you said you would do those ones.
Do those ones.
All right. The will of the people, is it being subverted? And we shouldn't actually be fighting against each other. We should actually be on the same side. The people and the government actually should be on the same side of the ring and should be fighting other vices. But it looks as though the will of the people and the government seem to be punching up against each other. We're coming back to continue with this conversation. Joachim Simiyu is a governance advisory and policy analysis expert. We're having a conversation this morning about Ruto's government versus the will of the people. Should it be a fight in the first place? Or shouldn't we have the same color shorts on in the boxing ring? It's 26-9. This conversation continues after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Wait, have you heard about moringaschool.com?
Moringaschool.com. Hapo ndio future tech iko boss.
Kenya's top software engineers, data analysts, cybersecurity pros, and UI UX design ninjas wanatoka Moringa.
Hey, na unasema hauna degree? No stress. Whether you are looking to upskill, stuck in a boring job, ama you are starting from zero, Moringa's got your back, man.
Visit moringaschool.com, where anyone can create their future.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTime Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTime Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTime Solar. Power your life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The government versus the will of the people, and should we actually be fighting? Should it be that the will of the people is jostling for space? Joachim Simiyu joins us this morning, and we continue in that light. And from the very beginning, if we don't see the will of the people being played out, whether it is in government implementation of projects, whether it is in the proclamations that we hear leaders making, what should we imagine? That they had the will of the people as a priority in the first place? Did they?
Now, talking about the will of the people is only a way of ascending to power. Tell them what they want to hear. Promise them things you want to do, But when you are sent to power, you will have apparatus of violence to protect you. Like, for example, when we talk about security having a problem in the country, they think that we are talking about just ourselves and not them. They think that they are so safe and secure. The other day you saw just a small illustration of how we can have a security problem. If the guy who threw that shoe threw something heavier and more deadlier, we could be having a different conversation today. So when we talk about managing the country better, it is for everyone, not just us. They will also benefit. We saw a situation where a governor goes on abroad in the U.S. on a maternity leave for 5 months. If she cannot trust her own life with the hospital she's managing, then how else does she trust? Should we, the people, trust these hospitals? And health is a devolved unit, which means this governor should be taking very good care of it. And she should actually trust her own life with the services she's providing. But when you ask questions, they say, childbirth is very heavy to a woman. We have millions of women who are left in Nakuru. They don't understand that what we are asking for is good for everyone. And I understand also that this country was formed on a basis like a company. It's based on extraction. It's not based on service delivery. The people are only merely laborers. The idea of forming a country called Kenya started way back, and these problems have not started today. You remember that company that they formed? It's called Imperial African British, EBA. That company, the first civil servants we got were the workers of that company. The first police that we got were the watchmen for that company. And every company all over the world is only interested in profit. And one way of maximizing profit is minimizing input, like getting free labor the way colonialists used to do it. And it is still the same philosophy today. The kind of education we were receiving at that time was only a conveyor belt for laborers. Even today is still the same. We have not even asked ourselves questions. Why are we going to school? What do we intend to achieve by taking people to school? That's why we get universities are churning out graduates, but they have nowhere to go. And the only idea the government comes up with is to sell them to slave trade in the Middle East, being given slave wages. They're being sold to those areas because the government has nothing to offer them here. They have made the situation in their own country so dilapidated that a graduate cannot hope of getting a job here. Anyone who is doing nursing today, when you ask them, what do you want to do after school? They want to get a passport and go work elsewhere. We have not created an environment that is accommodative. We have created an environment that is very corrosive to business. Even if you are innovative, you cannot sustain a business. Cost of production is very high. But when you ask these questions, they tell you, ukiona hii inchi ni mbaya, wewe enda.
Let me ask, because there is ShareShift, there is new university funding model, there is CBE now, and the government will say, and has said, for example, ShareShift is an idea to bring Kenya towards universal health care. Okay? I personally think that that's a good idea, right? Where is the mismatch?
It's a good idea, but the intention behind it, anything is only as good as the person bringing it. We cannot have someone who is a stranger to efficiency coming up with a program that is meant to deal with inefficiency. It's a good idea, but they are making it a cash cow. The Auditor General came up with the revelations that every money you pay, there is some 2.5% that goes to some fictitious and phantom pockets. Well, that's my problem. Why should I have my money go into some mysterious pocket?
2.5.
Yes, yes. On every transaction.
Yes.
That tells you how people are buying choppers, because there is a lot of money that is being transacted on that platform. So the ideas they are coming up with, when you look at them, they are very brilliant.
Yes.
But what is the intention? The intention is to milk. I told you, in a company, you only do extraction.
Yes.
They have been extracting our coffee, our sugar. They have now graduated to come into our pockets. They are taking every coin you make. And when you ask them, why are you taking all my money? They tell you, no, we have a debt to pay. Okay, we have a debt to pay. What did we do with it? So we need to first of all rethink how we are going to govern this country. And if they continue like that, I need to give them a warning. I warned this member of parliament who was driving the finance bill last year, Kimani Kuria, at KICC, and I told him, if you are going to push this thing through, be ready for very severe repercussions. But he thought I was just making a joke. I had read the moods. And I'm telling them, if they continue like that, there are so many things that have been swept under the carpet for a very long time. And the house is now being, there is some stench that is coming from under the carpet that people in that room are feeling uncomfortable each passing day.
Simiu, there is the aspect of the projects, as Mark says, they're good. They are really good in terms of the new education curriculum, if it's implemented. Good. If we get healthcare, if it education funding, if it's implemented, vizuri, a nation that is progressive. But comes the aspect of implementation where everything just seems to be in shambles. And Kenyans are asking for it to be done by them. Do Kenyans really want this so bad?
Yes.
So bad. And why does it seem as though the leadership just doesn't care?
I've been wondering, because everyone looks very good and brilliant before they get into office. I've been thinking, what happens to them?
What happens to me?
It's the water.
What happens to me?
What is this? What is this well that is so big that swallows everyone? Then I realized that to some extent we are not really independent as we think. To some extent.
How would you say that?
I was seated in my house watching the day President Ruto was announced as the election winner. And I was thinking, because I had seen there was a travel advisory from the US and Britain that if you are in areas where you think there will be chaos, please get out of it. They mentioned Kibera, they mentioned Nyanza, they mentioned Madare. And one of the areas that there was a big likelihood of chaos was Bomas. But I saw a very prominent American who never left Bomas. A very prominent British who never left Bomas. Then I was wondering, if other citizens of America have been told not to go to areas where they can encounter pelting of stones, why is Meg Whitman at Bomas na kuna mtu anatembea hadi na rungu? Then I realized that maybe the biggest job the American ambassador was there was to make sure that the person they want to be president becomes president. And William Ruto was running for president against the will of the government back here. He talked about the deep state, the system. But he ended up becoming president. Which means he had support from something more bigger and stronger than our own deep state and our system. Which means when you assume power, you don't do what you want. You do what people who made you get into that seat want. That's why when we were talking about the finance bill last year, the draconian bill that caused the death of so many young people, they kept on mentioning IMF. Oh, IMF have told us. Why should we depend on IMF to help us come up with fiscal policies if we are really independent? Why do we depend on World Bank's advice for us to come up with policies that are going to help our people? That our taxation mechanism has been advised by IMF. Then how are we really sovereign as a country? So to some extent, I feel like the leadership we have they are caught up in a system that they can't get out of.
But were they forced to get into it? Because when we talk about, sacrificing sovereignty, essentially at the altar of assistance, that's what we're saying. Do we not have a choice in terms of how we can actually do things? Although there are not many, we have examples of how folks have decided that they will do it and do it right.
Yes.
Don't we have a choice to be able to lead, govern, implement correctly?
You can only have a choice and force your way if you don't have any skeletons in your closet. Let me say you have a health problem that can only be solved in London.
Yeah.
Then there are decisions you want to make back here that will disenfranchise bigwigs in London. You will have to listen to them because at the end of the day, you will have to go to London to get medication.
Yeah.
And I think that they use people who are vulnerable. And they want people who cannot offer any meaningful solution. The way we are in Kenya and Africa, to my own opinion, is a necessary state of affairs for prosperity of other parts of the world. I was looking at how Raila Odinga was answering questions at Chatham House. Yes. And just even before election, I knew Raila Odinga will not become president, even though I was supporting him. They asked him about how he's going to create employment in this country. He talked about one country, one product. He said every part of our country has something to offer in terms of manufacturing. They have some raw materials. If we harness them well, we can get an industry, and then we will employ people and we will be able to do trade and business with other countries. One of the things he talked about is cutting of importation of second-hand clothes. Yeah. The other day I was looking at how much money European Union and America gets out of sending second-hand clothes here. So if you cut the importation, the amount of money they are going to lose is huge. So they are going to look for someone who does not offer any meaningful solution to such kind of an issue. Well, President Ruto said he will cure that by making sure that we have a very big and robust opposition.
Just a quick question.
Yeah. Yes.
How does the government fix this gap? Because it is to Laurel's benefit that government is saying A and people are saying Z.
To where we are now, people have completely lost faith in President William Ruto. I think he has run out of time to do anything that can salvage his presidency. All the people want is someone else. Today, even if he comes up with I don't know what else he can come up with because he has come up with everything.
Well,
but you see, they say
he's
in
got
politics,
these Chinese loans. He's got, I think, 180 billion to build roads.
But you see, they also say in politics, time is very crucial because in politics, a day could be 1,000 days. But that notwithstanding, there is the aspect of, in terms of looking at Kenya as a country, Kenyans would hope that it would be us as a republic against poverty, Kenyans against illiteracy, Kenyans against poor health. But now it is Kenyans against the government.
Yeah. Because they feel like their fight against poverty is being derailed by government. They feel like it's actually government that is causing poverty.
Is there too much pressure on the government? And I asked this question, not imagining so, but perhaps a different perception is out there. Is there too much pressure on the government to do such, grandiose things at the same time? Here you are, you have to get your politics sorted out. You have to get your infrastructure sorted. You have to send children to school. You have to sort out your roads. You have to pay people. You have to create jobs. I mean, God, they must be feeling the pressure, no?
If pressure is too much, just get out.
Oh, okay.
Yes. We didn't force you to be there. And as I said, we are not asking you to do things you didn't say you're going to do. So whatever you said you're going to do, please do it. Because you told us you have the plan. You told us that the competitors you had at the time didn't have an agenda. It's you who had an agenda. Why then do you seem so agendaless? Then you cannot do everything at the same time. The problem is also you want to change the funding model. You want to change how we do our health. You want to...
Education?
Yes, you cannot. Why don't you do in a bit and say, hey, look, I've done this. We are done with this. Let us now begin. Kenyans are gracious people. They will listen. But you want to change everything in a record time.
What do you think Kenyans want? And I think it's important for us to look at that we can sit here and say, well, we just want to be able to eat 3 meals a day, want to send our children to school, want to go to hospital when we're sick and be treated. What do you think Kenyans actually do want?
Kenyans just want very simple things. The reason why everyone today seems to know what the government is doing is that, one, we have a lot of people who do not have anything they are doing. They don't have a job. So every day they wake up, there is nowhere they are running to. They are not busy. So all their attention is on the people with jobs. And the people with jobs are the people who are leading government. So I would advise the government that if they want this pressure to go down, let them come up with ways of making people be busy doing something meaningful. And also it has come to a place where even managing your day-to-day lives, putting a decent meal on the table is an uphill task. I'll give an example where you were a bus driver in the previous regime. You are still a bus driver today. But the things you used to afford at that time, you can't afford them now. Even the number of slices of bread on the table have reduced, and children are wondering, what is it? Then they hear their dad saying, Ruto. So they go back and look, what has Ruto done that has resulted into the reduction of slices on the plate on the table? Then wanaona William Ruto amededuct pesa inaitwa housing levy. And then they see their dad bought land in Kitale a long time ago and built a very good house. They know we don't need a house now. So this money my dad is being deducted is going to waste. Wanaona at the retirement benefits, you need to increase saving. We want to live today. Before we think about tomorrow, can we live today first?
Can we survive? Just a quick question.
Yes.
Hustler Fund. I'm intrigued by it. It came out, big hullabaloo. It's in the budget every year. It was supposed to change the lives of hustlers. Did that work? Is it Mama Bonga accessing 500 bob to go buy stock and pay back in the evening?
To my understanding of how bottom-up and Hustler Fund was to work, it was supposed to be a household economy where you try and come up with ways of making that Mama Mboga who makes 500 shillings a day, how can she make 1,000?
Yep.
It was not to be something big and ambiguous the way they are bringing it. which makes me think that the people who really came up with this economic model are not the ones who are running it. The idea was taken out of them, and now politicians are running the show. But it was supposed to be not something so big. Household economy. It's not a macroeconomic model. It's micro.
Simiyu, we talk about how Kenyans feel right now is that they do not trust the government that leads them today.
Yes.
And that is a sad place to be in. But how can the government, if there is any miracle that they can do to regain Kenyans' trust, is it even a possibility?
Personally, let me talk about myself. I have never been surprised, even for one single day, by the actions of this government. I expected everything they are doing. Actually, they have not done to my expectation.
Oh my goodness. It's possible that we could be
what do you mean?
You know, you must be coming from somewhere. So when the president was campaigning, President Ruto, I used to go around and ask, before you tell me to vote for William, tell me one thing that Kenyans are proud of, they are enjoying because of the efforts of one William Ruto. No one could answer that question.
I could answer. They brought in the SGR loan.
The loan? Did he say the loan?
Yes, he said the SGR loan.
Okay.
There's the SGR.
Do we have the name William Ruto on that deal?
Okay.
Because I can see the name Wanjigi on the deal, Kibaki. But personally, on William, I don't want to mix a lot of people. The efforts that can make William Ruto stand out, that were it not for William Ruto, we wouldn't be here today. I think he's very ferocious in fighting for things that benefit him. And the day I will be surprised is when he says something and does it. That will surprise me.
Are you saying that of the things that he said he was going to do, that even not one of them has been done?
Like what?
Or that you can't
Appointment
find
of judges.
Yeah, in fact, I think he was sworn in the morning, in the afternoon at State House, he appointed those 6 judges that have been in contention.
On funds for the police.
I started by saying he does things that he is benefiting directly. I think the swearing in of judges benefits him more than me.
Okay.
I want him to do something that I don't see him benefiting, but the people are benefiting.
Oh my goodness, I wish we had started this exercise before it was 59, But I really, now I'm actually hard pressed.
Yes.
I need to find something so that I can prove Joachim wrong. Nothing really that benefited the people that has been implemented by William Ruto
Even
since
the
he
roads.
became president.
He withdrew the Finance Bill 2024.
Yeah.
Well, it was not his will. We actually died for it.
God, oh
Rex Masai is not alive.
But there are roads being built. There's a stadium near Junction that's being built.
Oh, for the love of God. Okay.
Yes. Talanta Hela.
Yes.
What is the initial budget estimate for the stadium?
Sijui.
They talk about 7 billion.
You're not 25?
And is it 25 or 7? But as we speak, it is 44 billion.
Boy, okay, that's a good place to end this conversation before we now start getting
that bombshell.
heart attacks. My goodness, Joachim Simiyu. I mean, I think that we need to do a whole other thing where we're looking for things that have actually been done that are benefiting the people. I think it's a bit crazy that we can't find one at this juncture. We want to thank you for being here with us this morning. Thanks for joining in this conversation. The will of the people versus the government. We should actually be on the same side, but we're hard pressed to find that place, and it's why we should continue having conversations like this. If we have to find it, we have to find it.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for joining us in the hot seat of the Situation Room this morning. It's 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. As Kenyans continue to share their views on the future of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund, former NAT Secretary General Wilson Sossion has defended the fund, which the High Court declared unconstitutional last September. Speaking when he appeared on the Situation Room here on SpiceFM, Sossion said the fund should not be abolished as it has significantly contributed to enhance socio-economic development across the country.
We have seen in Kiharu constituency, for example, what the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro has done to upgrade the primary schools infrastructure, to put the cap rules, improve the environment, the learning environment, and build the day secondary schools, and even pay fees for all the scholars to the extent that a parent in day secondary school can only pay 1,000 shillings. So CDF is a great funding model that needs to be strengthened.
Sossion went on to criticize governors who want the High Court's ruling upheld, saying they've done little to enhance the socio-economic development of the people at the grassroots level.
The government feel anything called development should go through them. They want to do roads also. They want to do all the roads. They want all the functions, all the operational functions to be domiciled in the offices. And when you look at what is happening in the county offices and county governors or county programs, is that most of the money goes into recurrent. We see little in terms of development.
In their ruling, High Court judges said the NGCDF has created a third layer of governance that is not in the Constitution. The National Assembly has now embarked on public hearings on a bill that aims to secure the NGCDF, the Senate Oversight Fund, and the National Government Affirmative Action Fund in the Constitution. A civil society group has come out to defend the Standard Media Group over what it terms as a threat from the ODM party. Kenya Bora Tuitakayo, in a statement, said instead of issuing threats against the media house, Raila Odinga should instead help his party decide whether they are part of the UDA government or are the leadership of the minority side in parliament, commonly called the opposition. The statement comes after ODM released another statement saying it would address a press conference today following an article published by the Standard Media Group. ODM's Executive Director Odor Ongwen in the statement said today's presser would determine how the party will relate with the media house in future. Kenya Bora Tuitakayo said Standard Group must be living up to its purpose and mission, noting that ODM wants to have both their cake and eat it. President William Ruto is expected in Narok County today. His visit comes days after 5 people were killed and several others injured during violent clashes between residents and police at Angata Barikoi. The confrontation erupted when police attempted to stop tens of protesters who were demonstrating against grabbing 6,500 acres of land, allegedly by a senior government official. Reports say President Ruto will start his tour in Kilgoris, where he's expected to launch the Kilgoris Gorgor Road. Meanwhile, youth in Kilgoris have asked the president to address rising insecurity and the lack of higher education institutions in the area.
Hapa Transmara hatuna universities na colleges.
Hapa tunahitaji Bwana Rais Huduma Center.
Everybody in this country knows what is happening in Angata Barikoi. The president shouldn't be quiet. Anafaa kuaddress hiyo maneno kwa sababu in one way or the other he is mentioned, or if he is not mentioned, those who are mentioned kwa sababu wanapatikana kwa cliche yake, anafaa kuaddress na kuaddress locals and ili kuwepo na amani.
A bodyguard for one of Uganda's opposition leaders, Bobi Wine, has been charged with aggravated robbery days after the head of the military said he'd detained him. Last week, General Muhoozi Kainerubaga, who's also President Yoweri Museveni's son, confirmed that he'd been holding Eddie Mutwe 5 days after his disappearance. The lawyer representing the bodyguard, whose real name is Edward Sebufu, said his client had been tortured, telling the country's Daily Monitor newspaper that he was beaten using wires of electricity. Magellan Kazibwe added that the Bufu was in great pain and had also faced the squeezing of his private parts. Rights groups have long accused the authorities of targeting the opposition, especially during the run-up to elections. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. traffic.
All right, it's been a busy morning, and it still is, with traffic in different parts of the city this morning. On the Sika Superhighway, we saw quite some of that coming in from the Allsops Junction. That continues through towards Survey. And the traffic on Kiambu Road today has been absolutely crazy. Still continues with heavy traffic getting towards Muthaiga Square. There is traffic right around Limuru Road. That still continues coming in from the Village Market out towards Parklands and into the city. Lower Kabete with traffic towards... Lower Kabete with traffic then towards Spring Valley still continues, and there's that James Gichuru traffic which is trying to cut through all of that. Some of that coming in from Red Hill, trying to find its way out through towards Lavington Valley Arcade. So that whole thing still goes in through, and it's going to eventually come and connect with traffic that's on Gong Road this morning. So how about that for a connected city? It is also still very busy on certain parts of Langata Road. So we're still in traffic hour. Let's see what happens as we come out of it. Talk to us. We'll keep things moving on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 7 minutes after 9 o'clock on the 6th day of May on the Situation Room. And we get into an hour of conversation, which I'm actually looking forward to hearing a couple of things and seeing then how we can, make them part of what we do. But one special day that's coming up, and that's Mother's Day. How do you thank the woman who gave you everything? How do you really say thank you for that? Because it seems like a gargantuan task. Who cheers you on even when you failed? Who gives you the best advice and somehow always knows when you need a snack or a hug? This Mother's Day, Woolworths wants to help you say thank you in the most thoughtful way with 30% off women's knitwear and sleepwear, and it's available until the 11th of May. I tell you guys need to meet Edna, but okay. If your mum's the type who loves classic style, cozy nights in or both, then you're in luck. Woolworths has handpicked pieces that feel as good as they look. So think soft textures, neutral tones, and that signature Woolies quality that she'll love for years to come. So whether you're shopping early or racing to find the perfect last minute gift, you just need to head to Woolies and pick out something that she'll actually use, love, and maybe brag about to her friends. Because mums deserve nothing less than the best. Woolworths, the difference. As Mum's Day comes up, you definitely need to give that a think, and there are great discounts that you can enjoy with that. All right. Earlier in the morning, I gave you an example, guys, of a friend of ours that is the quintessential business person. Succeeded. Runs his own businesses in 3 different countries, travels all over the world to have meetings with people. But this man, in the beginning of his career, when he had to address crowds, would die. Literally, he would die 1,000 deaths because he was not able to stand in front of people and have a conversation. I watched this man almost wet himself, was in a sweat because he could not raise his head and speak to a crowd of people here at KICC in Nairobi.
Yes.
And he had the fear of public speaking, which is something that a lot of people suffer from today, and that we are required at some point, regardless of your career, you're required at some point to do in some kind of capacity. And it's a thing. We don't think that it is, but it really is. And that's the conversation that we'll be having this morning with Odhiambo Otieno, who is a communication coach, and he joins us this morning as we talk about the fear of public speaking and raising confident society of kids. Odhiambo, good morning.
Good morning, Do.
How are you?
Very well.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
This is a thing that we all, at one point, we all come in contact with one way or another. Yeah. So we're going to get into that. But before we do, today's proverb is from Tunisia, and Dennis is going to share that with you at some point. And when he's not helping you fix your chair, we can be real about some of these things where technology does the thing, or when the chairs do the magic.
He had to sit on it himself.
I know.
Yeah. That proverb will land properly.
So Dennis will share that proverb with you, and then we would love to get your interpretation of the same. Hi, Dennis.
I'm back.
Oh, wonderful.
No public speaking
No
issues.
public speaking
Yes.
issues. Yeah, you know, I'm from the seat of power, so yeah, public issues, no problem. But today our proverb comes from Tunisia, whose capital is Tunis. And one of the greatest things about Tunisia that I've just gathered is they have this great architecture that they call blue and white villages. Now, these are the villages of Sidi Bou Said, and is famous for its beautiful blue and white architecture and stunning Mediterranean Sea. Now, one thing about them as well is their traditional music, which is called Malouf. I know you love music, Mark, and it's a type of Andalusian classical music, which is a key part of Tunisian heritage. The diverse heritage that I talk about is about, they have been influenced by the Berber, the Phoenicians, Roman, Arab, Ottoman, and French culture. So when you talk about a mixture of diverse heritage and cultures, just go to Tunisia. And our proverb today says, a one-eyed person among the blind is king.
A one-eyed person among the blind is king.
Yeah.
Somebody with the slightest advantage over a common fatality or a common error can succeed. That's my basic interpretation. So long as you have some slight advantage over what I call the tragedy of commons, so then you can rule or.
Wow. Tragedy of commons.
And you know what's funny? The only interpretation I've had all these 4 hours is when your family was the first one to buy a TV in the village, you are king.
When you become the first kid in the hood to have a bicycle, people will kill.
Yes. Or an Xbox. Yes.
Well, all right then. That's the stuff that we look at, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, Odhiambo, we speak it. I think for some of us, we take it for granted that you can speak in front of people and you don't think twice about it. You can actually just you can say, I could stand in front of 1,000 people and be okay. Maybe it's a training issue, or it's just, something that you had when you were growing up, or whatever the case may be, or if you had a talent from the beginning. But the reality is that there are very many people, also from my reading, in the majority actually, who are unable to stand before people and have a word or two.
Yeah.
Even people who are in those roles, they could be religious leaders, they could be leaders in government, or they could be institutional leaders, whether it's in corporate or otherwise. But this doesn't start when they're grown-ups.
Yeah.
The fear of being in front of people and having to open your mouth to relay a message starts when they're young. So can you talk to us a little bit about the fear of public speaking and where it all originates from? And I guess for some of us, we take it as, it's not an issue because, you get up, you speak, you go, right?
Can I give you an anecdote? You know how people dream that they are standing in front of people and they are naked and it's a scary dream?
I don't know how people do that, but okay.
But you've heard of it.
Tell us of experience.
It has never scared me.
It hasn't had...
Like, I have had the dream, but it doesn't scare me.
Right. So it could help, it would make us think that then everybody is like that.
Yes.
So talk to us about the fear and where this originates from and how people actually do suffer it.
Good. So, first of all, thank you so much. I think in the history of SpiceFM, this becomes one of the first where we talk about something that is children-focused, which is very beautiful. And I must thank you, of course, for this. The fear of public speaking is what we otherwise know as glossophobia. Glossophobia.
Okay.
Glossophobia is actually not a disease. It is just a condition that somebody finds themselves in. And 70% of the world's population is suffering from glossophobia.
70%?
Yes. So whenever you see 10 people, 7 of them are not able to speak in public.
That's the major... Is there something like a major majority?
A vast majority.
Because I would have thought it's the opposite.
Yeah.
Well, I know that there were more that are afraid than those who are not, but I didn't realize that it was that high.
It is so high.
Yes.
It is 70% of the world's population. And it is even getting worse with the advent of AI as we move forward. As you realize, of course, right now, is that AI will not do away with public speaking. Perhaps the only thing that will remain standing is public speaking. Now, how does glossophobia come to be? doctors will tell you that when a child is born, the child comes in with the genes of the parents,
True.
but nothing else. Which means everything else is learned along the way. And that takes us straight into neuroplasticity. And how do we understand the training of the brain? Because
what now?
Neuroplasticity.
In English?
What be that?
Neuroplasticity basically refers to how the mind or how the brain trains itself to new ideas.
Okay.
Yeah, most of us put a permanent block on imaginary issues or on issues which are transient. For example, you could say to yourself that I cannot speak in public. That is blocking yourself from the capacity of your brain. Your brain can do so much. And so neuroplasticity is what teachers, who we call masters of pedagogy, what they use
Masters of what?
Pedagogy.
Today's going to be that day.
Today is that day.
Strap up.
We need to tell our listeners to go look for that thing called a dictionary so that we can follow. Because even me, I do not know what that master is.
Master
Which university is it given?
Of course, master of pedagogy is being a professional in handling children. So of course you are a master of pedagogy. Ndu is, and I believe my brother also is, if he has children already. So the problem comes in when we define children, because children grow up in some defined environments. And one of the biggest tragedies that happen is when parents desire to live in their children's life and not live their lives. I don't know if that is understandable. You had your traumas growing up, but now you've given birth to some cute boy, cute girl, and instead of allowing the child to be,
someone doesn't want that word. Cute.
That cute.
Yeah, we had a conversation about
it.
It's been a whole thing.
Especially that cute boy business. But it's okay, continue.
Please carry on.
So you find that once we have our children, we want to live our lives in the children and not letting the children live their lives as absolute as they should, so that their neuroplasticity is not interfered with. Okay? So when you define an individual, they rarely grow. All right? And this comes to the point of now public speaking, where we discuss, one, is somebody able to speak? It goes to the issue of confidence. And maybe we need to ask ourselves the question, what is confidence? It's the most misconstrued word in the world right now. It is assumed to be brevity, but it is not. Confidence is actually reconciliation, a reconciled self. Reconciling your realities versus your desires. Now, let me give an example. When I take a date from you,
yes,
and we meet in the street,
yes,
and I haven't paid you that debt for let's say a period of 10 months,
yes,
I'm not likely going to be able to meet you.
Yes.
I will take a corner.
Yes.
Because I lack the confidence to meet you.
Yeah.
But if I took your money and I am able to pay you, or I'm able to communicate and say, I am not able to pay this money now, within the next few days or within the next few months, I'll be able to pay you money. So when we meet in the street, I'll be able to say hi. I want you to understand confidence from that perspective. Most people are not confident because they promise themselves things that they don't deliver to themselves. So children, if they grow in a conflicted environment where at home they're this controlled child, but in school they're this new personality, this is already a conflicted child. So this child loses the confidence. That's one. Two, if a child is defined at home different, for example, us who grew with African mothers, you know what I mean, yeah?
Yes.
You'd be called all manner of names, but again, they will be sweet. And you'll most likely lean to your mom's end.
Yes.
Unlike your dad's end. Why? When a dad defines you, that's it. And that's, even if you go back to the Bible, you will realize them talking about something called a curse. A curse of a father is heavier. So I want to just bring that back down and step it down into public speaking, that when a father defines a child, it is more expensive and long-lasting as compared to when a mother defines a child. Now, when you define a child to be stupid as a father, the child grows up believing that he's actually stupid. But indeed, sometimes they're not.
Rutieno, as we have the discussion, it seems as though personally the healing needs to start from the parent.
He's talking to you.
Yeah,
yes. You're feeling it.
Yeah, the healing needs to start from the parent because if they do not understand the baggage that they carry, they have a possibility of influencing how this child grows and hence affecting how they engage and how they speak in public. So just how critical is it for parents out there to understand that it's about time you healed your past and allowed your kid to just be themselves?
A very important question. Most parents grow up and fail to reparent. I always advise before you get married, or even if you're married and you're aware now, you need to redo the work. Why? We were brought up differently, and most of our parents were not aware of mental health, wellness, mental wellness that we talk about lately.
No, it was shunned. It was shunned. You don't discuss those things.
You don't discuss those things.
What do you mean you're mentally unwell?
Exactly. And mental wellness to them was very grave, to the extent of schizophrenia.
Yes.
All right? That's what they maybe saw as mental issues where people walk and pick stuff by the streets or something like that. But it goes back down to how they were brought up. Depression, were they allowed to express themselves? Because there's something I call autonomy of decision making. Now, most people did not grow up with autonomy of decision making. Their decision making processes were influenced and controlled by their parents. And so most of parents who are listening and watching us today understand very well that who they are today is largely what was given to them by their fathers and mothers. All right? Now, that upbringing style is what they're trying to do with their children as well, trying to define them and telling them, I want you to be this, I want you to be that, I want you to do this. If your child wants to go swimming or wants to go interact with other kids, you try to slow them down, tell them, no, it's not supposed to be that. So you deny a child autonomy of decision making. Now, once you're denied autonomy of decision making, any day, you are already denied the essence of existence as the whole that you are.
You know, I'm quite intrigued with this conversation because we are talking about public speaking.
Yeah.
But the matters you're touching about are first so widespread in Kenyan society, right? I can give you a dozen examples.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking, what is the real problem that you're defining? Is it our society that is producing people without confidence, without the ability to make decisions by themselves, being defined by a father's statement? Is it society or is it just families? Because every time you speak, I can imagine so many times and so many people who have seen go through such things.
I will define my problem as one. It is the family, because the society comes from a basic unit, and the basic unit of the society is a family, which is composed of a parent or parents and children.
Yep.
All right. So and the family is the first school where any child goes to. I always say it's the first university, and eternal university. Because even as you are today, I'm quite sure, if your father and mom is alive, you
thank God they are,
thank God.
Yes.
You'll be calling them for some advice. And at times, you could be in the deep end, so you could just be happy. You still call your parents. Why is that? Because that's the first university. That's where you get your identity.
Yeah.
So public speaking starts from the family. And it starts from a very original point, which is identity. How do you identify as a human being? Because that identity is either what you get or what you are given. Now, in the morning, as I was watching the earlier shows, I realized, for example, there's a problem of listening. Okay? And when somebody has a problem of listening, they would want to talk over you.
We have no idea who you're talking about.
Even me, I have no idea. They have a problem. They would want to talk over you. You ask questions, they want to talk over you. That is a very key pointer to somebody who was not listened to as a child. And so, as they grow up, they want to overspeak so that you give them the full attention. Whether you talk or not is not their concern. Their concern is you have listened to to what they're saying.
Okay.
All right. So that's an indicator.
That's interesting. So essentially what you're saying, Odhiambo, is that you can find later on in life that there are certain expressions or ways in which one would behave that have direct pointers from when they were younger.
Of course.
Now, what are some of those, apart from now this one that you've talked about, where somebody who's not listened to, is difficult for them to listen?
Two, before I go to that example, I want to start with an opener by saying that if you ever meet a self-made person, you must know that you're staring into the horrors of unskilled labor. If you ever meet a self-made person, you must know that you're staring into the horrors of unskilled labor.
Elucidate,
now,
please.
This implies that people come from somewhere. People are made by others. And somebody who is an offshoot, just comes from nowhere, that is clearly defined, has a problem of interaction. Because there is no proper molding around them as they grow. And so how then do we tie this to the question you asked, that how do we identify that somebody had a problem growing up? Number one is over-submissiveness. Somebody who is overly agreeable had trauma growing up, and they were told that everything must go. Everything that the other person who has authority has must come to be.
Pretty much somebody who can't say no.
Who can't say no. That's very dangerous. Somebody must learn to say no. That's number one. Number two is people who don't listen, as I've explained. Listening is a skill which is trained. It is not natural. Hearing is natural, but listening isn't. So listening must be trained. Then number three, we have the problem of people who fear to speak. Whether you give them a chance to take to the podium, they just fear to speak. And fear is good. Let me position it as anxiety. They have anxiety when it comes to speech. Now that is a very bad indicator of a very traumatizing upbringing. Now we also have people who, when they take to the stage to speak, they speak for a very long time. All right? It means they don't structure their speech to the key points. And I will go to the explanation of how a speech will be structured. Okay? They like pastors. They shout, most of them. They growl.
You know that.
But if the pastor doesn't shout, that's hear what God is saying.
That's part of the marketing.
Yeah.
You know, when TD came out and he was speaking like that, everyone had to copy. I had friends who used to speak normal until they get a microphone. And the Lord, he says, ni marketing, bro.
It's not.
Okay.
In fact, trauma. It's trauma. It's trauma.
Really?
Yes. It's trauma because if, as I'm speaking here, you can listen to me well.
Yes. Yeah.
And you are getting what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And my speaking is very paced.
Yes.
Naturally, I'm not a very slow speaker. I'm a very fast speaker. But I've trained myself.
Okay.
So I'm a living example of what I'm talking about. To speak very slowly. And all of us who went to a school of journalism, myself included, we understand English for journalists.
Yes.
And there you are taught how to pace your words into 10 words per line. Enunciate.
Yes.
Right. Correct. Right?
Yeah.
So most of them who you see, there's a problem.
But you won't get to the kingdom of heaven if we don't hear the message like that.
Have you seen how, for example, allow me to say this. Have you seen, for example, how the Catholic priests come to...
Okay, there's a point, but we still get the message.
You are in very dangerous territories. There are entire denominations that are based off of that shouting.
Yeah.
You can't even be an intern pastor if you can't speak like that. But I'm curious, what you said it's a problem.
Yeah.
What is the problem that expresses?
It is the problem of thinking that people are not listening to you because you've not been trained on listening. My friend, listening is too deep. Listening is like interpretation, which is a whole unit in law school.
Oh, wow. So is that why then? It irritates me a little bit. So this is confession sessions, okay? So that's why sometimes, like even with a pastor, you say, can I get an amen? Because you want to reinforce that somebody's actually hearing what it is that you're saying. Or that somebody's actually listening to you. Or turn to your neighbor and repeat the thing that I've just told you because I can hear you.
Now, that is one.
There is another.
Are we saying that there are issues with that when it comes to public speaking as well?
Of course.
Is it coming from fear?
Of course, it comes from fear.
I wish I could call all my pastor friends on WhatsApp calls. They listen to this because I've been arguing the same thing for years.
Yeah.
That I don't get the shouting. Even in prayer, I'm like, how deaf is your God? Sorry, if you shout when you're praying, but same question. But you're giving very interesting insights. This thing called listening, you say it's very deep.
Yeah.
And it's actually a subject of study in law school. Please elucidate this depth.
Good.
Yeah.
Listening is attaching meaning to sounds.
Yes.
But also attaching meaning to vision. What you see.
Yeah.
Listening involves the eyes. Hearing only involves the ears. All right? So you can hear, but you don't listen. All right? That's why, for example, we say in governance, of course, which you guys do so well in, that the president listens to those. The presidency is the president and those he listens to. Those he listens to.
True.
Okay?
Yeah.
So anybody else who is an appointed officer, etc., would be there, but would not
necessarily be part of that kitchen cabinet.
I see your headline today. Very nice. There's a problem already from there. You can understand what listening is about already. Because you don't need that much advice, for example, for you to have a functioning system. So listening involves a lot of concentration, putting away intentionally any distraction or detraction that may come your way. For example, we say that for you to be a very good listener, you need to keep eye contact.
Yeah.
Okay. Why do you need to keep eye contact? To concentrate. Okay. And remember, the human brain can only concentrate a maximum of 40 minutes.
That's why classes is from 9 to 10:40.
And it's university.
9:40.
Even in university where I lectured,
Yeah.
our lectures were 40 minutes maximum. And I will do 30 minutes, 10 minutes Q&A. Okay.
Which university was that?
Marcelo University, of course.
Of course. Of course.
Let me tell you, I did engineering. I had 3-hour lectures. I still don't know what.
Exactly. You can't do a lot of things. So listening has the bit of eye contact.
Yeah.
It has the bit of note taking. If you look at Dennis here, he has his notebook. If you look at me, I have mine. I'm wondering where yours is.
I have never taken notes my entire life.
Exactly. So you need to. That is already a sign of trauma.
You see?
Yeah. This one I'll disagree.
Odhiambo, your lesson has landed.
Let me be very clear. I learned by hearing my entire life. And when I used to write notes, it would enter here and I write and I forget. So all my life I've learned by hearing. It's a way of learning.
And by hearing, then you are doing the word.
Yes.
Of course, there are people who hear and then take notes later. It's called downloading. All right. Then there are people who write and then consume later. It's called uploading. Yes. Okay. So I'm very certain that in your wee hours, you'll be taking notes, trying to remember whatever was said, unless you're very exceptional, of course, which I see you could be.
But just for purposes of this, there is no situation under the sun right now that Mark is going to agree with you in terms of what we're going to do later. And we need to take up. You see, we need to take a break.
All right.
We need to take a break. We're going to take a break at this point and come back. But I think it's interesting because this is all leading to now when you have the stage, and I'm interested because that doesn't mean that folks who are still public, who are speaking publicly, don't harbor those fears. And we can see those fears then manifested in the things that they do. And then we'd like to get some insights into some of those things that we can see, and then we can know this person here has a fear of public speaking and how we can overcome them. Odhiambo Otieno, who is a communications consultant, expert, really, from all that we're hearing this morning. We're talking about the fear of public speaking, what we can do to dissuade that, starting from children. At 25 minutes to 10, this conversation continues shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Where? Have you heard about moringaschool.com?
Moringaschool.com. Hapo ndio future tech iko boss.
Kenya's top software engineers, data analysts, cybersecurity pros, and UI UX design ninjas wanatoka Moringa.
Hey, na unasema hauna degree? No stress. Whether you are looking to upskill, stuck in a boring job, ama you are starting from zero, Moringa's got your back, man.
Visit moringaschool.com, where anyone can create their future.
Give it up for all the effortlessly chic moms out there. Get 30% off women's knitwear and sleepwear until 11 May. This Mother's Day, we're celebrating everything that makes her one of a kind. From her love of timeless knitwear to her obsession with all things comfy, Woolworths has everything you need for her perfect day. Shop in-store now. T's and C's apply. Woolworths, the difference.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Communications coach of the Ambo Tenors with us this morning, and at 23 minutes to 10 o'clock we continue with this conversation, and we're saying, you know what, you can see it later on in life, but it actually started from when they were children or when we were all children. If we're saying that 70% of the world's population has glossophobia or suffers from some form of glossophobia, which if you had just joined in, we know that that's a fear of, speaking in public, and we are also saying that it's in various or varying degrees, whereby, like my friend that I gave an example of was crippling, couldn't. And then others, from what you're saying, that there will be different coping mechanisms that they will use during this public speaking. And clearly from what, and now I get it, because this is fantastic, because I don't understand why you need to ask me every 3 minutes in a sermon whether I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you. I can hear what you're saying. But the fact that you want to keep asking me and, turn to your neighbor and slap them upside the head, the kind of thing, to make sure that they're hearing. Now I get it. Now it makes sense to me as to why people do it. It's to reinforce that people are actually hearing what you're saying, because you need that to then be able to cope in this public speaking. That's very interesting. What are some other things that we see that happens during public speaking, not for us to judge, but then for us to be able to have an understanding of what's actually happening? What are some of the other things that we would see manifested?
Good. So when somebody sets out for public speaking, there are a few things that happen before you get on the stage. Public speaking, just like any other field of life, has the bit of performance and presence. As you know, even in parenting, we have people who are performers, what I call performing parents. And then we have those we call present parents. Now, performing parents are those that throw money and such things to problems. But present parents are the ones who go deep and sit with the children in the occurrence, what is happening, and they try to discuss so that they can have what I call empathetic feeling of what the situation actually could be. So public speaking also follows that, in that there are those who are performers who prepare and deliver. But there are those who are sitting in it and they relate to the audience. And when they go to speak, the audience identifies with them. Now that brings the difference between somebody called an orator and a gifted speaker. Okay? Now, if you remember, an unfortunate example to issue here, Adolf Hitler was perhaps one of the best performers in public speaking. He's one of the best who utilized the media and who gave speeches where people could pay to come and listen to him. A politician who people could pay to come and listen to him.
He was also a psychopath, but okay.
Exactly. And if you look at him, for example, if we dissect Adolf Hitler properly, you'll find that he had a lot of trauma growing up. Up to the age of 21, Adolf Hitler was a nothingist. He had nothing for himself, nothing going on apart from the painting that he was doing in Vienna.
Which he also failed in.
Which he also failed in spectacularly. And also remember that during the big war that was there, World War II, Adolf Hitler preserved the paintings more than life. Key pointer to very many things about him. So Adolf Hitler was a performer. All right? But then we have somebody like Barack Obama, who is not a performer, who is an orator. He sits and relates with the masses. This is a clear contrast of two successful public speakers, but who are both coming from different backgrounds. So in public speaking, there are those who just prepare, and they know how to manipulate the audience. They say what the audience needs to hear, and they go with it. It's a problem that we even face in Kenya today.
Really?
Good. It is there.
Really? You know someone?
Because I know so many. I know so many.
Okay.
And
just a quick one.
Trump is not a public speaker. Trump is a TV show guru. He has no standing on the field of public speaking because he's so incoherent, and he uses repetition as his only style in public speaking. He says it's big, it's broad, delusional for me. In fact, I dare say that there's some gaps that need to be addressed with his trainers. But you see, the press secretary is doing pretty well. In fact, I'd rather listen to the press secretary of the Trump administration to get where the Trump administration is going than Trump himself.
Interesting.
Okay. So someone like Barack Obama, in his 2004 address to the DNC, you realized, even you who is in Kenya, you could fall in love with how this gentleman was speaking. After he was elected into office, this fellow was invited across the world to speak in places where the noble of the nobles have spoken. It's because he knew how to relate with his audience. Okay? Now, there are those who understand that before you move to speak, you must understand your audience. There are those who know that before you go to speak, you need to understand the needs of your audience. The two are very different. If I write a letter to Ndu, and write a letter to you, and another one to Edna, all of them will sound different. Because I may be addressing Ndu from where I am. And all, you must observe that many people view things from how they are, not how you are. All right? So when I write a letter to him, the wording will be different, the intention will be different. Why? Men mostly are logical. So I will try to appeal to his logos. All right? Ladies are emotional, majorly.
For the most part.
For the most part. And it's biological. It is not a thing of the brain. It's just biological. So if I write to them, if I write to Ndu, I will most probably not write the same language I'm using with him. Why? I'm appealing to her emotions. Okay? And
so you can bribe me.
So that I can so that I can arrive at a favorable decision.
Otherwise known as bribery.
Yes, otherwise known as bribery. But one language that is understandable amongst every other person is when you speak to the hero in each and every one of us. There is a writer called Keith Firazi who wrote the book Never Eat Alone. Maybe you need to go and read it. It's a very interesting book on networking. And Keith Firazi says that the greatest human desire is validation and nothing else. So tie this point to the point that I was saying, the base of public speaking, which is identity. Identity comes from validation. You dress how you dress, you behave how you behave, because you desire a particular set of validation. Now you can self-validate, but you also receive validation from the outside world.
So, Otieno, how does environment that we belong in a daily basis influence our ability to speak? Case in point, I grew up in an environment where, we were in an estate, but we had common facilities where we could go play and whatnot. But here in Nairobi, we live in apartment buildings where a kid only knows their parent and an Xbox, pretty much. The only other point where they're outside is probably in another school that is an apartment-like school, and nothing much happens. How do these constricted environments and an inability to associate with many affect someone's speech?
Good. Now, you will note that we are social beings. Now, when the social aspect of us is removed from us, then something dies in us slowly. Now, what composes the social nature of human beings? I have a book with me right here called Human Nature. You must have gone through it. It clearly describes how then do humans get the identity. They get the identity from their society. Okay? Now, when we grow up with children, or we bring up children in concrete jungles, we are denying them that bit of social interaction. Let me borrow a leaf from Malcolm Gladwell, The Outliers. Describes children as three forms. One, a child who is brought up by a poor parent. Poor here in Kenya will define as somebody living below $1. Okay. Two, a middle class child. Here's our children basically. And then three is a child from a wealthy family. Children from poor families, Malcolm Gladwell says, will always find their parents trying to fight for them, but they also join the fray to help push. Because the only thing that they learn is how to go up.
Yes.
Okay. Children in middle class families have a bit of a problem. They are taught to question everything.
Why?
Because their parents are just getting into the field of realization that there is a lot of possibilities. So they're in between poverty and success. And this period calls for a lot of questioning of everything, and they majorly mistrust. So children from middle class families need more work as compared to children from poor families. Now, I will come to your point. The third stage is the wealthy children, perhaps the most spoiled. Why? Their parents fight for them endlessly. They don't talk. They don't talk because, they want to go to a school that is higher. What does the parent do?
Provide.
They phone.
They
just phone. And do, this is my son. I want a space for him in your school. The child does not know how to face what we call challenges.
Yeah.
Okay. So once you deny a child this chance to face challenges, they cannot learn how to express themselves. Because for what are they going to express themselves? All right. So yes, the society plays a key role. And as I've explained, middle class children who, of course, live in where you're talking about, high-rise apartments, where we don't know the neighbors, and we're not interested in knowing the neighbors. Because for us, what is important is networking in the sense of, do I meet you and take a photo with you, and that's it?
Yes.
The wealthy ones are not about meeting you and taking photos. They're about forming genuine connection, relationships, which they must not cash in now. They will cash in later in life. Okay?
You are such a powerful statement.
You understand, Dennis?
I get you.
Yes. So when a child is not given the opportunity or is not exposed to difficulty, this child will not know how to express themselves, number one. Number two, do you give this child a chance to sit with you at the dinner table or at the dining table and ask this child, what did you fail in today? How are you feeling? Without dismissing the child and truly understanding that this is what my child is going through, and not solving for the child whatever problem he or she is going through, but asking them to solve it for themselves. For example, children who live in high-rise apartments, I'm one of them who live in high-rise apartments. My sons could come to me and tell me, we are bored. How do you deal with that situation, for example? When a child comes to you and tells you he's bored, how do you want to handle that? Now, how do you handle when a child tells you that? You tell the child, let's find what you can do about it. Or what do you think you can do about it? Okay. Mommy, so-and-so has hit me. Do you want to pinch the child who has beaten them? No. You will be preparing the road for the child instead of the child for the road. So you must let the child go and sort it with them and give you a report. Tell them, go and sort it and come and give me a report on what has happened. Okay. Now, when a child is crying overly, that is perhaps the biggest trauma that us parents go through, especially children between the ages of 5 and 8. They cry a lot. That's when they gain their identity, actually, between the ages of 5 and 8. Past that, you're doing nothing on a child.
You're done.
You're done. A child who is 8 is grown.
Oh, okay.
They're formed.
Yeah, they're formed. They have a slight chance up to the age of 12.
Yeah.
Slight chance. But past 12, you're not fixing them. And that's why we say, we better fix the children than try to fix an adult. You see the challenges we're having.
You know?
Sorry.
Paulo.
I am so intrigued by what you're saying. I'm even wondering whether our topic was correct. It should have been parenting for speaking.
Maybe.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Connect for me this child who has been brought up right to an efficient speaker. Right? Because I can see the advantages in their character, I can see the advantages in the confidence and things like that. How does that then translate into them being a good listener, being able to connect their audience, and then being able to actually achieve what they want to do with their public speaking?
Good. Let me connect the two for you. One, a child who is listened to and a child who is validated, and a child who is given the chance to express themselves without prejudice, but also given the chance to listen without judging others, grows up to be wholesome. These are the most stable children in most of the organizations that you are in today.
Across social strata?
Across social strata.
Okay, this is interesting.
Very.
Because when we talk about, I have heard parents who will say, well, if you over-validate your child, if you let them know that you're proud of them, they've done one thing or the other, and if you talk about this validation without prejudice, if you actually listen to them and hear what their thoughts are, that essentially you are making them weak. If you show affection, if you make them feel as though they are favored, valued, and all of these things that you speak of, that you're actually weakening.
Okay, there's a bit of weakening, true, where it's over-validation. Same to overconfidence, okay? Which means that they don't do the work. You do the work for them. That's dangerous, of course. When, for example, you say, oh, you've done so well in school, and truly the child has scored 20%. There's no improvement. That is false. That is faulty. And so you are denying the child autonomy of decision making, because when you lie to them and tell them you've done so well after he's beat somebody,
there's a problem.
That's a problem right there. But if there's a problem, he beat somebody and you told them, can you go and sort it with them or apologize? Then he comes back and tells you, oh, I've apologized and I truly realized I did wrong. This is a child who's growing up knowing that actually there are inhibitions.
Right.
Absolute freedom is dangerous.
Indeed.
There must be inhibitions. Absolutely. And a human brain that is having no inhibitions needs quick medical attention. All right? So a child who grows up properly validated, all right? Not overly, properly validated.
Properly validated.
Properly listened to. Properly allowed to speak. Properly allowed to interact. In organizations, they become the emergent leaders, not the appointed leaders. In any case, most of the appointed leaders that you know of, and CEOs majorly, if you look at them carefully, I tell you today, check your figures, 65% of them in the whole world are narcissistic.
That's interesting that you say that, because I was going to ask. I was going to say, I know a guy.
Yeah, because they've been taught to overperform.
But all of these people he's talking about, we have no idea.
I don't know who they are. But I was going to ask you then to make the connection between these behaviors that we see in children, and if they don't go checked, as if they go unchecked, then what would happen? And then you've answered that question. Because then I was going to say, so why is this important? Why is it important that later on in life you have somebody who's able to express themselves, speak well, not have these inhibitions? Why is that important? You can say, well, if somebody had an issue, let's deal with it. How will it affect them later? How will then will we be able to see? If we already know that by the time you're an adult, socialization has already taken place, you're already formed in terms of your character, there are behaviors you have which you can change, sure, but why is it important to make that connection then for later, when we talk now about public speaking, about being in public? You know?
Let me tell you, as I have observed, and as you have observed, you've worked for quite some time, of course. You must have realized that most of the CEOs that you've worked with are not very good listeners. Not very good listeners. And they're not very empathetic. All right, but the mid-level managers are often very good. All right, because mid-level managers have been taught moderacy. Okay, and these are the ones who are willing to be made. So it's very easy for them to grow and become. But those who were never given the chance to express themselves, my friends, if you're not given a chance to express yourself as a child, you will grow up bottled, and you will explode on people.
Later on, and then we wonder what's wrong with this guy.
And even them, they don't know. It's like when somebody's stupid, we always say they don't know they're stupid. But you can observe that this person is actually stupid because what you're doing is actually silly. You need to retract. You need to have moderacy. Henry Gibson.
We don't know that.
But, so there is this statement that is overly spoken about.
Yes.
And it is usually, especially in workspaces, you're here to be seen
and not to be heard.
And you find these are things that have been picked by individuals and they've even taken them home. So in terms of you'd say someone has picked trauma from work, taken it home, and it's usually a behavioral activity that people pick up along the way. Just how dangerous is such?
When you come from your workplace, you normally have something called residual anger, residual frustration, residual what? That's why, you're advised that when you come from work, don't go straight home. When you come from work, there's a reason as to why the coffee shops are in town. There's a reason as to why we have the parks in town. You need to go and offload.
Unwind.
And then go home. Because when you carry the wounds from work to home, I can be a recipient of your residual anger. And I may not be able to understand why you are downloading or offloading on me.
So that's the thing, isn't it?
Of course.
That you come from work and then you're just angry at people everywhere. People are wondering what happened to you.
Exactly. Or you come from home to work in the morning, you've had a squabble with your partner. And before arriving here, I believe there's a very good room somewhere where you can sit. I can see very nice chairs outside there. You can sit and take a breather and dissociate the self from home to the self at work. Because you're bringing the self at home to work and it's not what you are employed for.
But you see me, I work from home.
Dangerous. That's why it's not tenable.
Shauri yako umejiweka hapo peke yako.
Work from home is not tenable.
This guy is disciplining my life.
Yeah. So you must understand that in the essence of your existence, you have representatives. Yourself, you have representatives, what we call persona.
Yes.
Shakespeare described persona. If you go to mental health, they talk about personalities.
Yes.
You have different personalities. Those personas are representatives. The one that comes to work should be different from the one that goes home. So you must learn when to hire and fire your representatives.
Every day.
Every single day. Because you have to take in, you're like a sponge, you have to take in the load of other people. For example, when you come here, Dennis could be having a problem and he wants to confide in Du. And Du has her own problems, she wants to confide in you. You have your own problems. Who do you confide to? Or who do you confide in?
The Lord Jesus
Christ.
Yeah, okay.
So as we absorb others, having that grace to absorb others means as a child, I was given the chance, the grace by my parent that I could do something wrong and they could listen to me and offer me a solution. So public speaking is not just about voicing, it's about character. How do you present? How do you present? It's very, very, very important. Dennis.
You've thrown it to me. I throw it back to Mark.
So please give us your M-Pesa number for Sadaka. Because he's the first preacher who doesn't shout. But seriously, you've spoken a lot about the character and what people need to be, and I think we have a minute to this. What is the key message, key thing you'd like everyone listening to remember?
I'd like everyone listening to remember that a child is a sum total of the environment they grow in. 2, I would like them to understand that for a child to be, we must grant them the independence of decision making, the autonomy of decision making, by not lying to them, by telling them the truth as it is. As much as it could be cruel, you can find a way to tone it down. But most importantly, allow your child to understand public speaking, because if they don't, they will not grow in their careers. The only sure way to leadership is nothing but public speaking. Thank you.
Odhiambo Otieno, thank you so much. I mean, that's been refreshing, and I think we need to do these more often. Thank you so much for being here this morning. Really appreciate that, and a good way to end the show today. A very good morning to you. Thank you so much. We continue with Kenya's biggest conversation tomorrow. Thank you so much. Good morning. It is 10 a.m.
Let me tell you, sir.
Spice up your life